Chapter 735. Silver hair, a linen dress, bare feet. Nether Maiden! The once on the hallowed rankings. Nether Maiden, who was ranked at the once position on the hallowed rankings, had always been an elusive figure. So, they'd never imagined that she would show herself here. Moreover, it seemed like she was here to help Snow's lament. Exactly how powerful is Snow's lament to actually make Nether Maiden step forward for it? At this moment, Snow's lament grew even more mysterious in their eyes. Yang Yi hadn't expected that Nether Maiden would suddenly appear here. She was the strongest opponent had ever met, so he would have no chance to defeat her in battle without his sword. The members of Snow's lament insulted both you and your friend, and then they sent their forces to kill you. They are in the wrong, but you've killed a few hundred of their members. No matter how severe an offense it was, they've paid enough. So let the matter rest, all right? Nether Maiden's voice was very calm and wasn't commanding at all. This caused many people in the surroundings to be surprised. Even though the strength Yang Yi revealed was very formidable and terrifying, none of them felt that he could fight her. So many were extremely surprised when she spoke with him as if she was discussing the matter with him. Yang Yi replied, "Are you the master of Snow's lament?" She shook her head slightly and said, "Someone else is its master. I know what you're trying to figure out. I haven't stepped forward for their sake, I've come here for your sake." "For me?" Yang Yi frowned and said. "What do you mean?" Nether Maiden replied, "You'll understand in the future. Besides that, Snow's lament isn't as weak as you think. Of course, you don't have to fear it with the strength you possess. However, it's best to stop now if you don't want to be ceaselessly plagued by trouble while you're in the city." "Why?" Yang Yi was quite curious. She answered, "Many elders and half-saints in the city came from Snow's lament, and many other clans and powers have complicated relationships with Snow's lament as well. To be honest, you aren't able to annihilate them with your strength. At least for now. Why tell me all of that?" This was what Yang Yi was the most curious about. "You'll understand in the future." Her figure vanished once she finished speaking these words. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot for a short while, and then he turned around and left in the end. It wasn't that what she said had terrified him, it was that he was fully aware that it was impossible for him to continue slaughtering all of these profounders from Snow's lament. After all, someone would definitely step forward and stop him by force if he continued. Moreover, he didn't want to continue wasting time here. The members of Snow's lament heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi turn around and leave. Mu Ling heaved a sigh of relief as well because it would definitely be impossible to resolve the matter if it continued. Along with the departure of Yang Yi's group, the danger that Snow's lament faced was resolved for now. As for whether Snow's lament would take revenge, that was something only Snow's lament knew. At the same time, the news of Yang Yi challenging Snow's lament on his own instantly swept through the city like a storm. On the very same day, everyone knew that a formidable body refiner had appeared within the city, Yang Man. Such an ancient method of cultivation like body refinement had appeared once more in the public eye, and it allowed many to realize how terrifying a body refiner was. Of course, even more wanted to know Yang Man's true identity, so countless underground organizations started to investigate Yang Yi. Mu Ling led Yang Yi to Lunar Right Hall's headquarters. It was a luxurious palace that was even larger and more luxurious than the headquarters of Snow's lament. Moreover, it was more heavily guarded as well. Because Yang Yi had sensed a few dozen consciousnesses that were extremely strong sweeping towards him when he entered. All of them were at the 5th rank of the monarch realm at least. As soon as they entered the hall, a woman came over to welcome them. She was around 30 years of age, her face was bright like the full moon, her features delicate like dew, and her figure was curvaceous and well-proportioned. Moreover, she emanated a very alluring and mature aura. "You're Yang Man, right?" The woman walked over to Yang Yi and smiled. "You challenged Snow's lament on your own, and you even killed Yu Shuang and that white-robed man. Right, you probably aren't aware of his identity. Of course, many may not be aware as well. He's one of the 2 war generals of Snow's lament, and his strength is something that is even impossible for the geniuses on the 8th or even 7th ranking on the hallowed halls to overcome. Who are you? Asked Yang Yi. The woman smiled. I actually forgot to introduce myself. I'm Cho Yeme, Lunar Right Hall's Vice Hall Master. I'm sorry, the Hall Master should have been here to greet you. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped because the Hall Master isn't here, so I had to represent her instead. I hope you don't me. Of course I don't. Yang Yi smiled, and then he spoke seriously. I told Mu Ling before this that I don't really like being bound. So? Cho Yeme smiled and said, I understand, I really do. Because I don't like being bound and controlled as well. You'll enjoy full freedom in Lunar Right Hall. Actually, it isn't just you. Most members of Lunar Right Hall enjoy the same treatment. We're mainly gathered together to avoid being bullied and to unite when completing missions. In short, your worries are unnecessary. Of course, if Lunar Right Hall is in danger or its members are in danger, and you have the ability to help, then you must lend a hand. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, That's all right. Cho Yamei's smile grew wider when she heard this, and then she withdrew a white card which was made of crystal and passed it to Yang Yi. This is a point card, and there are 5,000 points within it. Moreover, 500 points will be added to this card every single month from now onward. Oh, look at me and my memory. I forgot to tell you that you'll be one of our Lunar Right Hall's 3 guardians, and your status is only inferior to the Hall Master and the other 2 Vice Hall Masters. A wisp of envy flashed through Mu Ling's eyes when she gazed at the card in Yang Yi's hand. After all, she would have to complete missions for at least a year to accumulate 5,000 points. A point card? Yang Yi was delighted and didn't refuse it. He took the card from Cho Yeme and said, Thank you. After all, the reason he'd come to the ancient city of Hallows was for the sake of these points. Cho Yeme smiled and said, As Lunar Right Hall's guardian, you'll have a room of your own here. However, you have to pay 50 points on a monthly basis for it. Of course, you can live outside if you like. In any case, it's up to you. You can ask Mu Ling if you have any questions. She'll tell you everything besides her own personal secrets. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you any longer. She turned around and left as soon as she finished speaking. Yang Yi raised his head and glanced at Cho Yeme while a slight smile arose on the corners of his mouth. Even Lunar Right Hall had experts hidden within it. Because his intuition told him that the woman's strength was even stronger than the white-robed man. Suddenly, Cho Yeme stopped moving, and then she turned around and said, I forgot to tell you that you're ranked at the 10th position on the hallowed rankings now since you killed Yu Wuxuang. You'll enjoy the benefits of obtaining 2,000 points every month, and you're even able to use those points to exchange for some unique cultivation techniques and combat techniques. Of course, the precondition is that you have sufficient points. Cho Yanmei's figure flashed and vanished on the spot once she was done. I have a question. Yang Yi suddenly asked once Cho Yanmei left. ID thought the strength of those geniuses on the hallowed rankings would far surpass Lunar Right Hall, the Alliance of Sabers and Swords, and Snow's Lament. But now it would seem like it isn't like that. Since all 3 groups in the city have members with strengths that surpass the geniuses on the hallowed rankings, then why are they still so superior? Do you know about Yang Yi? Mu Ling spoke abruptly. Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian were slightly stunned, and the corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched as he said, I've heard of him. What? It's linked to him? Mu Ling nodded in response and said, The geniuses on the hallowed rankings were actually very strong. Not to mention those few at the top, just Sui Dengfeng wasn't someone that Yu Wuxuang or that white-robed man could defeat. As for those ranked above Sui Dengfeng like He Lianqi, Yun Qingyao, Mo Yixie, or Xiaohou Xian, all of their strengths were truly formidable. Moreover, the words hallowed rankings were truly superior before they left the hallowed grounds. Yet now, when she spoke up to this point, Mu Ling shook her head and said, The current geniuses on the hallowed rankings are much weaker. Fu Jingxian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Because she understood what Mu Ling meant. Yang Yi had killed numerous geniuses who were ranked on the hallowed rankings, and it caused a huge amount of vacancies to instantly appear on the hallowed rankings. Since there were vacancies, there would naturally be people who took those positions. However, there was no one to stop them from seizing those positions. In that way, it was much easier for someone to take those positions, and it would naturally make them much weaker than their predecessors. So it's my fault, huh? The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, "Right, Cho Yimei said that I killed Yu Wushuang, so I'm ranked at the 10th position on the hallowed rankings, and I would obtain 2,000 points every single month. Where do I go to claim them?" Mu Ling said. "There's a row of numbers on your point card. We call that the card number. You just have to register that card number at a brand of the hallowed halls, and they'll automatically add points into your card every single month. I'll do it for you later." "Thank you?" Yang Yi smiled. Mu Ling replied, "It's nothing. You can come ask me if you have any questions about the hallowed halls. You fought for so long earlier, so I presume you have to recuperate now. I won't disturb you any longer." Mu Ling turned around and left once she finished speaking. "I'm going to see the Patriarch and the others." Fu Jingxian spoke abruptly. Yang Yi replied, "Be careful." Fu Jingxian nodded and left. After they left, Yang Yi went to the room that Lunar Rite Hall had prepared for him. He closed the door and withdrew 2 spatial rings which belonged to Yu Wushuang and the white-robed man from before. There were cultivation techniques, combat techniques, and a bunch of random things in the spatial rings. Yang Yi naturally didn't attach any importance to those things, but there were 2 things that gave Yang Yi a pleasant surprise. They were point cards. Both Yu Wushuang and the white-robed man had a point card, and there were quite a bit of points within them. Yu Wushuang had 12,000 points while the white-robed man had 23,000 points. So, it totaled up to 35,000 points. Coupled with the 5,000 points which had just gained, he could use those points to gain a Dao rank technique. Of course, the greatest treasure he obtained today was that ice shield. Yan Ye's room was instantly frozen in ice when he took the ice shield out of the primordial pagoda. At the same time, a fist-sized and pure white little object that was shaped like a tadpole flashed out from within the shield, and it shot towards the outside at a terribly swift speed. It was an ice spirit. Chapter 736. Yan Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the ice spirit instantly stopped on the spot because a spatial wall had appeared around it. "You can't flee. This ice shield's strength would plummet without you." Yang Yi grabbed it and forced it back into the shield. Of course, it resisted, but it was futile. Even though it was a natural treasure, it hadn't truly formed intelligence of its own. Moreover, he wouldn't fear it even if that had happened. Unless it was capable of attaining a level similar to Xiaoying. Once the ice spirit was forced back into the shield, Yan Yi instantly felt like the ice shield had come back to life like a person that had regained his soul. Yan Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought because of this. Because it was the first time that he realized that natural treasures could be utilized in such a manner. In other words, couldn't the 9th Hell-Cold Gale he possessed be utilized in the same way? The 9th Hell-Cold Gale can improve speed. In other words, wouldn't it be able to multiply my speed if I added it to my shoes? He was wearing the stellar shuttle right now. But it seemed to be quite useless to him once he advanced into the monarch realm. Because his own speed far surpassed it. So, he wondered what would happen if he added the 9th Hell-Cold Gale to the stellar shuttle. Yan Yi was quite tempted, but he could only think about such a thing. After all, it wasn't something that could be merged at will. The reason he could merge the ice spirit into the ice shield was because there was a fusion point within the shield, and he was able to sense that the ice spirit and ice shield conformed to each other. That was why they could be fused. As for the stellar shuttle and 9th Hell-Cold Gale, in short, he had the desire yet lacked the ability. However, he believed that someone within the city could definitely accomplish it. Yan Yi placed the matter of fusing the stellar shuttle and 9th Hell-Cold Gale aside, and his gaze descended onto the ice shield again. He had no doubt that its might and ability weren't inferior to the Mage Force shield. Or it should be said that each excelled in their own way. The Mage Force shield could absorb energy attacks, and it could send the energy back. On the other hand, the Ice shield could directly reflect physical attacks. Moreover, because the Ice shield had that ice spirit within it, it had ice element attacks and a freezing effect. Such effects couldn't be underestimated. After all, even Yan Yi's movements and speed were affected by the coldness emanated from the Ice shield. Even though it didn't affect him severely, it was sufficient to display how terrifying it was. In short, his gains were very great this time. Yan Yi started to recuperate after that. Just as Mu Ling had exhausted a huge amount of strength during the battles with Yu Shuang and the white-robed man. So, he had to recover to his peak state. After all, he didn't feel safe at all while he resided in the Hallowed Hall's territory. 2 days later, Yan Yi left Lunar Rite Hall and arrived at a place called the Technique Pavilion. As its name implied, it was where the Hallowed Hall stored its techniques, and anyone from the human race was permitted to enter it. Of course, the precondition was that person had points. The entrance fee was 100 points. That was naturally nothing to Yan Yi. However, he truly understood what Fu Jingxian said that day. Everything in the Hallowed Halls really did require points. Indeed, he couldn't even eat without points. The pavilion had 4 floors. The 1st floor was filled with Earth-rank techniques. The box of every single technique was labeled with the required points, and one could take them immediately if one possessed sufficient points. Of course, one could only take a copy. Yan Yi glanced at them, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. Because these Earth-rank techniques required around 5,000 points. He suddenly noticed that the points he possessed seemed to be not much at all. Yan Yi wasn't interested in Earth-rank techniques at all, so he spent 200 points to ascend to the 2N floor. There were fewer people on the 1st floor, but there were much more on the 2N floor. Besides that, Yan Yi noticed that the 2N floor was many times larger than the 1st. It was a few dozen kilometers wide. Moreover, there were all sorts of black jade counters here, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Every single one of those counters had at least 10 techniques lying on them. In other words, there were at least 100,000 heaven-rank techniques on the 2N floor. What was it like to have 100,000 heaven-rank techniques? Even if all the heaven-rank techniques throughout Profounder Continent were included, it still might not be able to amount to 100,000. Besides a few Profounders, there were no guards here. But Yan Yi was very well aware that it was actually heavily guarded. Because no less than 5 consciousnesses had swept him when he arrived at the 2N floor, and they were at least half saints. That was also why he had temporarily abandoned his intention to plunder this place. Yan Yi glanced at the jade counter by his side. There was a heaven-rank combat technique right at the top, and a small row of words were written on it, 15,000 points. 15,000 points. Yan Yi felt he was getting poorer by the minute. Since the 2N floor stored heaven-rank techniques, then the 3 road should be where the Dao-rank techniques were. This time, Yan Yi paid 500 points to ascend to the 3rd floor. There were much lesser people here, and it was slightly smaller as well. However, it was still around 3 kilometers long and wide, and there were almost 1,000 jade counters on the floor. In other words, there were over 10,000 Dao-rank techniques on this floor. Over 10,000. Yan Yi couldn't help but gasp at 10,000 Dao-rank techniques. Did those Saint Realm experts from 100,000 years ago move all the Dao-rank techniques of Profounder Continent here? At this moment, he finally understood why the younger generation of the Hallowed Grounds far surpassed Profounder Continent. What a joke! If the Hallowed Grounds was still inferior to Profounder Continent when it possessed such resources, then they could really just kill themselves. Yan Yi glanced at the labels on those Dao-rank techniques, and his eyelids twitched. Because the cheapest required over 30,000 points. In other words, he was merely able to exchange his points for a single Dao-rank technique. Even though Dao-rank techniques are very good, but... Yan Yi gazed at the 4th floor. The 1st floor was filled with Earth-rank techniques, the 2nd was filled with Heaven-rank techniques, and Dao-rank techniques filled the 3rd. So, what about the 4th? It made him wonder if techniques above the Dao rank existed. Yang Yi carried such questions in his heart as he walked over to the 4th level. This time, he paid 3,000 points. 3,000! Even Yang Yi couldn't help but feel that it hurt. However, he still chose to ascend to the 4th floor because he was very curious about what sort of techniques would be placed above the Dao rank. The space on the 4th floor was much smaller than the Tundan 3 floors. It was only around 30 m wide, and there were merely 3 jade counters. Moreover, there were only 5 scrolls on each of those counters. There were only 3 people here. A man and a woman. Both of them immediately looked at him when he arrived at the 4th floor, and their gazes carried a trace of surprise and curiosity. Yang Yi gazed at them as well. The man was around the age of 20. He was a handsome man with beautiful features and eyes that were filled with spirit. He wore a violet gold-colored robe, his hair hung loosely on his shoulders, and he emanated a dense scholarly aura. The woman's appearance couldn't be seen clearly because she was wearing a moon-white veil. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for a veil to obstruct Yang Yi's vision, but the veil succeeded. So, besides her seemingly icy cold eyes, Yang Yi wasn't able to discern the other parts of her face. Something worthy of mentioning was that the violet-robed man had a diagram of a crossed sword and saber on his left chest, while there was a diagram on the woman's left chest as well. That diagram was very familiar to Yang Yi because he had the exact same diagram on his left chest. She was a member of Lunar Right Hall. Her gaze descended onto Yang Yi's left chest, and a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes when she saw the insignia there. Lunar Right Hall? Her voice was very gentle like the summer breeze. Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked over to them. Meanwhile, she said, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "I just joined, so it makes sense for you to have not." "So that's why." She nodded and said, "You're only at the 2nd rank of the Monarch realm. The techniques here aren't suitable for you. Moreover, the points required for the techniques here are probably not something you can afford to pay." "I was just curious." Yang Yi chuckled. "You've asked me 2 questions, so I can ask you some questions too, right?" The woman was slightly stunned when she heard this. On the other hand, the violet-robed man revealed a strange smile instead, and he seemed like he was amused by the show playing out before him. The woman pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Go on." Yang Yi said, "The 1st floor had Earth-rank techniques, the Tundad Heaven-rank techniques, and Dao-rank techniques filled the 3rd. Then what about the 4th? Head glanced at those jade counters. Unfortunately, they were enveloped by a mysterious force, so he couldn't see through them at all. The 4th naturally contains saint techniques. It wasn't the woman who spoke these words but the violet-robed man. It's very normal for you to be unaware of the saint rank. Because ordinary people and even those fellows on the hallowed rankings would find it very difficult to obtain saint rank techniques. It isn't just them, even some half-saints find them difficult to obtain. Because it's so difficult to obtain, so the people of the world are only aware of the Dao rank. The saint rank, huh? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that a saint rank actually existed above the Dao rank. Of course, had never imagined that the hallowed halls would actually possess so many. Exactly how terrifying is the true strength of the hallowed halls? You really shouldn't have come here. The violet-robed man spoke abruptly. Your cultivation is too low. You won't be able to cultivate it even if you obtain one. Not to mention you, even a half-saint would probably find them difficult to cultivate successfully. Then aren't they just like decoration now? Yang Yi chuckled. The violet-robed man shook his head and said, "One person succeeded at cultivating a saint-rank technique, and she's only at the Exalt realm." "Who?" "That freak at the 1st position on the hallowed rankings." A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of the violet-robed man's mouth. "Throughout the hallowed grounds, she's the only person beneath the half-saint realm who has succeeded in cultivating a saint-rank technique. Moreover, she has succeeded at more than one." "Nether Maiden!" The shock in Yang Yi's eyes lessened slightly because he felt that it was quite normal if it was her. After all, to a certain extent, her level of genius was even more terrifying than in Nanjing. Since both of you can't cultivate them, then what are you doing here? Asked Yang Yi. Waiting for someone, said the woman. She added, Nether Maiden. For what? Yang Yi was like a curious child. Meanwhile, the man chuckled and said, Qi Feng, this new member of your Lunar Rite Hall is really interesting. Let me tell you, we're waiting here for her so that we can determine how huge the gap between us is. Isn't that simple? Yang Yi said. Just challenge her. The corners of the man's mouth twitched, and then he laughed bitterly. Well, be bashed up, Yang Yi replied. But you won't die. The corners of the violet-robed man's mouth twitched fiercely again, and then he pointed at Yang Yi and said, Hey, there's no point in continuing with that act. What act? Yang Yi frowned. He pointed at the woman and said, It's understandable that you don't know her. After all, she's always elusive. However, he pointed at himself and said, Don't tell me that you don't even recognize me. Yang Yi gazed carefully at him and said, I really don't. Fuck. He pointed a finger at Yang Yi while his lips trembled from the rage he felt. You actually don't even recognize me, Qin Dai? Did you come out from a cave? Qi Feng, don't you stop me. I'm going to fight him in a one-on-one battle. One-on-one? She's here. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. Qin Dai instantly fell silent, and he recovered his calm and composed bearing from before. Yang Yi turned around and saw that a woman had suddenly appeared there. She has silver hair, wore a linen dress, and her feet were bare. It was Nether Maiden. Chapter 737. Nether Maiden. The number one monstrous genius on the hallowed rankings, Nether Maiden. Yang Yi and the others revealed solemn expressions on their faces when they saw her. Because their strengths were even sufficient for them to instantly notice an ant around them. However, they hadn't noticed her arrival at all. The most terrifying part was that even if she was standing right before them right now, they still couldn't sense her aura. It was like there was no one in front of them. Nether Maiden's eyes were pitch black, so others couldn't see the expression in her eyes at all. However, both the violet-robed man and the other woman were able to notice that Nether Maiden's gaze had descended onto the seemingly ordinary fellow who stood by their side. This made them feel rather surprised, but they were even more surprised when she nodded slightly to him. That's a greeting. Both of their eyes instantly opened wide. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw her greet him. He hadn't expected that she would actually greet him. But while he didn't understand why she did that, he still nodded in response. After all, he respected those who respected him. Nether Maiden's figure floated off and instantly arrived before the jade counter at the center. Meanwhile, a blue barrier of light suddenly appeared before the counter. Yang Yi noticed that both the violet-robed man and the woman's bodies had instantly tensed up when the barrier of light appeared, and they stared fixedly at it. Yang Yi was quite curious, so he looked over as well. The three of them watched as Nether Maiden raised her hand slowly, and then she waved her hand lightly against the barrier of light. The barrier of light trembled violently, and then countless fine cracks started spreading like a spider web. She waved her hand again. Crack! This time, the cracks on the barrier instantly spread further, and then it was on the verge of shattering. At this moment, she waved her hand again. Bang! They watched as the barrier of light exploded apart, and it transformed into countless blue specks that fell to the ground. The violet-robed man and the other woman exchanged glances, and there was dense bitterness and helplessness in their eyes. After the barrier of light shattered, Nether Maiden withdrew a point card and lightly swiped it against the top of the jade counter. After that, a black scroll appeared in her hand. At this moment, Yang Yi was shocked, extremely shocked. He wasn't shocked because she had blasted that barrier of light apart, he was shocked because he saw the label on that black scroll. 200,000 points. How costly was 200,000 points? It was a few times more costly than a Dao rank technique. Are Saint rank techniques that terrifying? Yang Yi grew even more curious about the Saint rank techniques. He didn't know if the mortal sword within the Tri-Apex sword technique had cultivated was a Dao rank or Saint rank technique. The reason he didn't know was mainly because Head never laid eyes on a saint rank technique. Even though Head clashed with Nether Maiden that day, both of them hadn't fought seriously. So, while Shed cultivated saint rank techniques, he hadn't witnessed their might. Nether Maiden glanced at the scroll, put it away, and then turned around and walked towards the stairway. She suddenly stopped when she arrived at the stairs, and then she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. I accept a mission, and it's slightly difficult. But its rewards aren't bad. I'll provide a reward of 400,000 points once it's completed. Are you interested? The violet-robed man and the woman were instantly stunned on the spot. They never imagined that Nether Maiden would actually invite this seemingly ordinary fellow to complete a mission with her. My God! That's Nether Maiden. The one on the hallowed rankings. The reason Qin Dai and Qin Feng were shocked was mainly because they'd never heard of Nether Maiden taking others with her when she completed missions. Because she usually dealt with them herself. Yet now, Shed actually invited someone. Their gazes descended onto Yang Yi once more, and they stared fixedly at him as if they wanted to see through him. Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected that she would invite him to head out on a mission. At this moment, he felt that something was off because the feeling she gave him since they met in the hallowed grounds was like she knew him. It was quite an absurd feeling because if she did recognize him, then he would have been annihilated by the hallowed halls a long time ago. That was the main reason why Yang Yi was bewildered. If she doesn't recognize me, then why is she constantly being nice to me? Could it be that she was shocked by the strength I revealed earlier? But that's clearly impossible. Yang Yi thought for quite a while before he said, How many points can I get? Even though he didn't know why she was doing this, had decided to go on that mission with her. Firstly, he really did need points, and he needed a huge amount. Because he needed 100,000 points at least to enter the pagoda of confinement. Secondly, he wanted to get close to her and see what her true strength was like. It'll depend on your own strength, she replied. It'll come for you 3 days from now. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Who are you? Qin Dai suddenly walked over to Yang Yi once Nether Maiden left, and he stared fixedly at Yang Yi as he said, Nether Maiden has never liked to talk with others, even if it's unseeing who's ranked at the tuned position on the hallowed rankings. But she actually invited you. Tell me, is there something between the two of you? Yang Yi replied. Believe me, I'll tell her what you just said. Qin Dai's face instantly fell, and then he smiled with embarrassment and said, I was joking. It was just a joke. Even though you don't seem too shabby, it's impossible for her to fall for you. When he noticed that Yang Yi's expression was quite unsightly, Qin Dai hurriedly spoke with a serious expression on his face. Brother, who exactly are you? Don't tell me that you're just a passerby. That would be an insult to my intelligence. Young man, Yang Yi said. As for why she invited me, I actually have no idea. I'll definitely ask her when we meet again. You're young man. Qin Dai was shocked. That young man who attacked Snow's Lament's headquarters, and killed both Yu Shuang and that white-robed vice-master of Snow's Lament. At this moment, there was shock and curiosity in King Feng's eyes, and she was sizing him up incessantly. Yang Yi nodded. You're finished. Qin Dai chuckled and said, The master of Snow's Lament, Lu Yuxiao, will be back from the Netherworld Ocean in 2 days at most. Hee. At that time, he'll definitely come looking for you. Do you know who Lu Yuxiao is? You definitely don't. He seems very refined and gentle on the outside, but he's actually an extraordinary man. You killed so many members of Snow's Lament and trampled upon its honor, so he'll definitely fight you to the death. When he spoke up to this point, Qin Dai paused for a moment and said, But there's no need to worry. There are those in this world who don't fear him. Just like me. So, join my alliance of sabers and swords, and I'll deal with Lu Yuxiao for you. All right? Qin Dai. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly spoke coldly. Aren't you going a bit too far by trying to steal a member of my lunar right palace while I'm standing right here? Qin Dai's face twitched when he heard this, and then he shrugged. Qing Feng, am helping you. It's not like you're unaware of Lu Yuxiu's character. If you drive him to a corner, then he'll definitely fight your lunar right hall to the death. Why would I, Mu Qing Feng, fear him? Mu Qing Feng glanced coldly at Qin Dai, and then she turned to look at Yang Yi. Since you're a member of my lunar right hall, then I'll deal with it for you, regardless of how severe it is. You're the master of lunar right hall? Yang Yi was no fool. When he heard their conversation, had faintly guessed their identities. The woman should be the hall master of lunar right hall, while Qin Dai was probably the leader of the Alliance of Sabers and Swords. You're absolutely right. Qin Dai chuckled. Standing right before you is the peerless and drop-dead gorgeous hall master of lunar right hall, Mu Qing Feng. As for me, I'm the handsome, elegant, refined, and loved leader of the Alliance of Sabers and Swords, Qin Dai. They call me the Beast of Passion. The Beast? Yang Yi was quite astounded. The Beast of Passion. Qin Dai's face darkened as he said, The Beast of Passion, understand? It's a demon beast that's loved by all, and it's known for being amorous. Understand? I think that being called the Beast is much more suitable for you. Yang Yi spoke in a very serious manner. Kid, let's go for a one-on-one battle. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Qin Dai was furious, and he really intended to drag Yang Yi out for a battle. Enough. Meanwhile, Qing Feng suddenly shouted and glanced at Qin Dai with displeasure. The latter puckered his lips and didn't speak again about fighting Yang Yi. Mu Qing Feng gazed at Yang Yi and said, We're leaving. What about you? Yang Yi said. The two of you were waiting here just to see her blast that barrier of blue light apart. Mu Qing Feng nodded. Don't underestimate that barrier. It contains the energy of the laws, so ordinary people would find them utterly impossible to shatter. Even Nether Maiden spent almost an entire day to blast open the barrier a few months ago. Yet now, when she spoke up to this point, a wisp of bitterness appeared in her eyes and she said, She actually used just 3 attacks to blast it apart. Such a speed of growth is truly too terrifying. What about the two of you? Yang Yi suddenly asked. How many attacks do the two of you need to break it apart? Mu Qingfeng's gaze flickered when she heard this, yet she remained silent. Meanwhile, Qin Dai's countenance turned slightly unsightly, and his lips twitched as he said, Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. We'll meet again. As he spoke, he immediately vanished down the stairs. Yang Yi was speechless. Mu Qingfeng glanced at Yang Yi and said, Lu Yuxiao will return in a few days. Don't leave Lunar Right Palace when he does. He isn't someone you can deal with right now. Mu Qingfeng's figure flashed and vanished down the stairs as well. Yang Yi walked over to a counter once they left. In an instant, a barrier of light appeared and obstructed him. Yang Yi clenched his right fist and swiftly smashed it forward. Bang! The barrier of light trembled violently while some cracks appeared on it. Yang Yi smashed his fist forward again, and he launched over 50 punches in succession within an instant. Bang! Suddenly, the barrier of light exploded into pieces. Yang Yi gazed at the shattered barrier of light as he spoke softly. It wasn't that difficult. Yang Yi didn't look at the technique behind the barrier because it was pointless when he had no points. He just left the technique pavilion instead. However, he was stopped by a few men when he just walked out of its doors. The man who led the group walked over to Yang Yi, sized Yang Yi up, and then spoke coldly. You're that fellow young man, right? Fu Jingxian is in our hands. Come with us if you want her to stay alive. A hand immediately grabbed the man's throat, and then Yang Yi gazed at the man whose countenance had turned ghastly pale. You're threatening me? He suddenly squeezed down as he spoke. Crack! Chapter 738. The man's neck was broken, and there were no further signs of vitality from him. He died with his eyes wide open. Even until the moment that he died, he still didn't believe that he would have his neck broken from just speaking a few words. At this moment, all the others who came here with the man had their eyes wide open as well, and besides shock, there was even more terror in their eyes. It was just a few words. Yet he was killed just like that. Does he love to kill? Yang Yi hated threats the most. It would be a different situation if his strength was insufficient, but if it was under the circumstances that his strength was sufficient, then he wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who dared to threaten him. He knew that since they'd captured Fu Jingxian, and then came looking for him, it was obvious that he was their objective. Even though he didn't know what they wanted, he didn't like it when people played such tricks. In his opinion, since they'd started to scheme against him, then they were his enemy, and the way he usually treated his enemies was to kill as many as he could. Didn't you want me to follow you? Lead the way! Yang Yi glanced at the remaining fellows here with an icy cold gaze, and it caused them to be unable to help but shiver. They seemed to intend to throw some threats at him, but their mouths just wouldn't open when they looked at him, and they had no choice but to lead the way. Young man? Meanwhile, a familiar voice resounded from the side. Yang Yi stopped moving, turned around, and saw Mu Ling walking towards him. What's going on here? Mu Ling glanced at Yang Yi and the others, and then glanced at the corpse at the side before she immediately frowned. Yang Yi replied, They've taken Fu Jingxian, and am their target. Mu Ling's face fell while a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through her eyes. After all, Fu Jingxian was a member of Lunar Right Hall in the end, yet they'd actually dared to capture a member of Lunar Right Hall. That was an insult to Lunar Right Hall. Their expressions changed when they noticed the killing intent in Mu Ling's eyes, and one of them hurriedly said, Young Miss Mu Ling, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Our young master didn't capture young Miss Fu, he just invited her to be a guest at the estate. Moreover, just like her, we're merely inviting him over as well. We're not trying to take him there by force. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Who's your young master? Asked Mu Ling. He replied, Man Shi. Mu Ling's expression changed when she heard this and said, Let's go. Fu Jingxian is in danger. She flashed towards the distance while she spoke. Yan Yi's face fell when he heard this, and then he stomped his right foot on the ground and shot after her like a cannonball. In next to no time, both of them arrived at an estate. Mu Ling was just about to enter when she suddenly stopped, and then she hesitated before she said, Young man, you have to stay calm no matter what happens later. It isn't just related to you and Fu Jingxian, it's related to our Lunar Right Hall as well. So allow me to deal with it, alright? As soon as she's fine. Yan Yi's face was slightly gloomy. There really wasn't any deep relationship between him and Fu Jingxian, and they couldn't even be considered friends. However, no matter what, she'd come to the ancient city of Hallows with him. Moreover, if she hadn't sent him a voice transmission to notify him that the patriarch of the fire spirit race intended to utilize a formation against him, then he would have fallen into an extremely disadvantaged state. It was even to the extent that his life might have been in danger. Besides that, they'd captured Fu Jingxian because of him. In other words, they were targeting him, and Fu Jingxian had merely been dragged into it. Mu Ling sighed lightly when she heard him, and then she waved her right hand. A gust of wind blew over and blasted the door into pieces. Whip! 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 They'd only just entered when the sound of a whip striking against flesh entered into their ears, and it caused their expressions to grow even more gloomy. Bitch! You're absolutely lucky that young master she took a liking to you, yet you actually dared to refuse? Fu Jingxian, what are you trying to act for? Didn't you constantly change different partners every single day? What? You're trying to reform yourself now? An alluring woman in red dress held a black whip within a hall, and she was smiling coldly as she gazed at Fu Jingxian. At this moment, Fu Jingxian's limbs were nailed on the ground while blood flowed all around her. The most horrifying part was that her entire body was densely covered in scars that were made by a whip. A man was seated at the side while his upper body was completely bare, and it was covered in countless strange dark golden symbols. Besides that, an old man stood behind the man, and the old man's eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. Whip! The whip in the woman's hand descended once more towards Fu Jingxian. In an instant blood sprayed while the smile on her face grew even more brilliant. Aren't women born for men to sleep with? Moreover, you've slept with countless men. So what if you sleep with one more? After all, it's an honor for young Master Shi to have taken a liking to you. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish such an honor. She swung the whip again while she spoke. However, the whip didn't descend onto Fu Jingxian because a hand had grabbed it. Meanwhile, the old man opened his eyes while a strange smile arose on the corners of the young man's mouth. Mu Ling's mind had instantly gone blank when she saw Fu Jingxian, and she shouted in her mind, "Shit!" At this moment, Fu Jingxian wasn't dead, but she was on the verge of it. Her violet dress had turned scarlet red. Most importantly, her face was completely covered in scars. It could be said that she was unrecognizable. Yan Yi gazed at Fu Jingxian for a short while before he took a deep breath, and then placed his palm against her stomach. His violet profound energy flowered slowly into her body, and it wasn't long before she seemed to be doing slightly better. She slowly opened her eyes, gazed at him, and spoke softly. "Sorry. I dragged you into trouble again." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "It's I who dragged you into this. Don't fight them. Just take it as doing something for your own good, all right?" Fu Jingxian's weak voice carried a pleasing tone. She was very clearly aware that if Yang Yi fought them, then his life would definitely be in danger if he didn't expose his true strength. After all, there were half-saints here. But if he didn't expose his true strength, then it would be impossible for him to defeat a half-saint. "Don't worry, I won't do something I'm not confident in." Yan Yi helped her up and sent her to Mu Ling before he said, "Take her and leave." Mu Ling took Fu Jingxian and said, "Young man, don't do anything rash." There was a half-saint here, and she was very well aware that the Man estate had more than one half-saint. "You're young man?" Meanwhile, the young man spoke abruptly. "I heard you relied on your physical strength and defense to kill Wu Shuang and that white-robed vice-master of Snow's Lament. I'm very interested in you because I'm a body refiner as well. Or I should say that my Man clan has been a clan of body refiners for generations. I invited you here because of my curiosity and interest. As for your friend, I can only apologize. I only intended to have some fun with her. After all, she's quite pretty. But I never expected that she would actually resist and even curse me to die without any descendants. So I had no choice but to give her some slight punishment. Man, Fu Jingxian belongs to my lunar right hall." Mu Ling spoke in a low voice. "Are you trying to declare war with lunar right hall? Little girl, don't try to use lunar right hall to scare us." Meanwhile, the old man behind Manchi spoke abruptly. "All of that's just child's play. Do you really think lunar right hall is powerful? If it isn't out of consideration for some elders in the hallowed halls, your lunar right hall can be destroyed in an instant." "You!" Mu Ling's face turned red from anger, but she was unable to refute it. Compared to these clans, the lunar right hall was quite weak indeed. Because it was only an organization formed by the younger generation, yet these clans had existed for tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years. "Just take her and go." Yan Yi spoke abruptly. "Since you're here, then it won't be that easy for you to leave." It was the woman in a red dress who spoke those words. She suddenly jerked her hand with the intention of jerking the whip back, but she noticed to her astonishment that it felt like a mountain was pressing down on her whip. Not only had she been unable to pull it back, she had almost been pulled over instead. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly appeared in front of the woman. The latter was horrified and was just about to dodge, but a hand had wrapped around her neck. "What are you doing? Let me go right now, or young master she will chop you into pieces." She stared resentfully at Yan Yi, yet her eyes carried no terror. She was clearly completely unafraid. "You won't object to letting them leave, right?" Yan Yi was holding her neck yet spoke to Manchi. "I don't like being threatened." Manchi gazed at Yan Yi and spoke calmly. Yan Yi nodded and then squeezed. Crack! Her head was immediately crushed off from her body, and a fountain of blood shot into the air. Yan Yi casually tossed her head away and said, Actually, I would have killed her regardless of whether you objected. The young man stood up slowly and said, You're courting death. When has the Man clan become so overbearing? Meanwhile, a voice resounded from outside, and then Mu Qingfeng and two old men entered the hall. The young man glanced at the Mu Qingfeng and the old men, and then he smiled. Oh my, two half-saints! I'm so afraid! Don't kill me, all right? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more old men appeared here. 4 half-saints. See, we have 4 half-saints now, yet you only have 2. So, all of you can leave your lives behind. Especially you, Mu Qingfeng. To be honest, I've been wanting to have fun with you for a very long time. Manshi seemed to have a slightly insane expression on his face. In taking him with me. Suddenly, another voice resounded, and then Nether Maiden appeared here. She glanced at Manshi and the others, and then her gaze descended onto the old man behind Manshi and said, Do you dare to object? Chapter 739. Do you dare to object? These words were certainly overbearing, especially when it was an Exalt Realm Profounder who spoke such words to a half-saint. The expression of the old man who stood behind Manshi was extremely unsightly right now. But unexpectedly, not only did he restrain himself from attacking out of rage, he even forced out a smile as he said, Since you want to take him with you, then my Man clan naturally doesn't dare to refuse. I refuse. Meanwhile, Manshi spoke ferociously. Nether Maiden, my Man clan and you have always kept clear of each other's business, so why go against my Man clan for an ant? He first threatened me, then killed my woman in front of me. How would I, Manshi, hold my head up high in the city if I don't kill him? If you refuse, then fight me. I'll leave right away if I can't take your life within 3 moves. Nether Maiden's voice was calm as before, and it was utterly tranquil. Man's face grew even more ferocious. Right when he was about to attack, the old man stopped him and said, Your Highness, Nether Maiden, I, Man Yuan, apologize for my failure to educate him. Feel free to take him with you. My Man clan won't stop you. Nether Maiden turned around and walked towards the exit. Meanwhile, Mu Qingfeng's group hurriedly followed her. Yang Yi followed behind as well, but he suddenly stopped when he arrived at the door. He turned around and gazed at Manshi and the others. Don't worry, I won't disappoint all of you. It'll take 2 hours at most. They'll definitely be back in 2 hours. Wait for me. Manshi took a step forward, and just this step allowed him to instantly arrive before Yang Yi. He had a frenzied and savage expression on his face as he said, All right, I'll definitely wait for you. You're my grandson if you don't return, all right? Yang Yi replied. You're my grandson if I do return, all right? All right. Manshi chuckled fiercely and said, All right, so long as you do return, then it's fine even if you call me your great-grandson. All right, grandson. Wait for Grandpa's return. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and patted Manshi on the face before he turned around and left. You better return. Manshi clenched his fists while his eyes flickered with madness. After he left Fu Jingxian in Mu Qingfeng's group's care, Yang Yi immediately left Lunar Rite Hall. However, he was immediately stopped by someone right after he walked out of its doors. It was Mu Qingfeng. She asked, You're going back? Yang Yi replied, I'll have to call him Grandpa if I don't. Mu Qingfeng sighed lightly and said, The Man clan has been in existence for a very long time. They're a clan of body refiners, and all the members of their clan have been body refiners for generations. Because their physique is special, so they gain twice the results when cultivating in body refinement. However, from some point in time, their physique started to change, and it wasn't that outstanding any longer. So, the Man clan started to experience a decline. But even then, their reserves and strength can't be underestimated. When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at Yang Yi and continued, Their objective was probably to gain your cultivation technique, or your physique. Because besides the Man clan, there isn't any other body refiner in the hallowed halls that can attain a physical body that's even more terrifying than a half-saint, while still at the monarch realm. Yang Yi asked abruptly. How many half-saints does the Man clan have? At least 5. Mu Qingfeng spoke in a low voice. I know you're unwilling to let it go and want to take revenge for your friend, but it really isn't the right time. Moreover, you'll be giving your life away if you go now. Don't worry, I never give my life away. As soon as he finished speaking, he paid no further attention to her and vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Mu Ling appeared by Mu Qingfeng's side and said, Do you think he'll be able to return alive? I can't really figure him out. Mu Qingfeng spoke seriously. Regardless of whether it's his strength or identity, I can't see through any of them. As for whether he can return alive, it depends on whether Nether Maiden will act on his behalf again. If she doesn't, then he'll definitely die. 5 half-saints aren't something that he can resist. What about us? Are we not going to lend a hand? Mu Ling said. The Man clan grabbed a member of our Lunar Right Hall and insulted you in public. Could it be that we're just letting it go? What else? Mu Qingfeng shook her head and said, Many elders of the hallowed halls really do take good care of us, but that's because they were from Lunar Right Hall as well. Do you think they would fight the Man clan to the death for our sakes? They wouldn't. If we seek help from them, they will only ask us to seek reconciliation. Mu Ling sighed softly while dense helplessness flashed through her eyes. However, a vicious expression flashed through Mu Qingfeng's eyes as she said, The Man clan insulted our Lunar Right Hall and insulted me as well, so how can we just let the matter rest? We don't have the elders of the hallowed halls on our side, but our Lunar Right Hall still has half-saints. Send my orders for all the Monarch Realm members to gather. No matter what they're doing right now, they are to gather and head to the Man clan. But we don't have half-saints. Mu Ling spoke softly. Lunar Right Hall had quite a huge amount of Monarch Realm profounders, but even all of them weren't capable of posing a threat to the Man clan. Because the Man clan had 5 half-saints at least. They had no chance against the joint forces of 5 half-saints. My grandfather is a half-saint, and so is my grandmother. It's enough if we include Elder Li and Elder Tang. Mu Qingfeng spoke seriously. Hall Master, you intend to seek help from your family? Mu Ling was shocked. I would naturally not use the strength of my family if it was an enemy below the half-saint realm, but they've used half-saints against me, so I would be a fool if I didn't seek help. Go on. Tell them to gather at the Man clan. Mu Qingfeng spoke seriously. Mu Ling nodded, and then she turned around and left. Mu Qingfeng seemed to be lost in thought as she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards. How could someone that Nether Maiden thinks highly of be ordinary? Actually, Shed intended to seek reconciliation because it wasn't worth it to fight the Man clan. However, she changed her mind in the end. As for the reason, besides the fact that she was truly infuriated by Man Xia's had relied on the half-saints of the Man clan to insult her, it was also because of Mu Ling. Earlier, when she said that they were unable to take revenge on the Man clan, she saw helplessness and unwillingness within Mu Ling's eyes. Most importantly, there was self-ridicule within it as well. An organization, clan, or person could be weak, but they absolutely couldn't lack resolve. If they had no resolve, then they would definitely be finished. So, she wasn't attacking for Yang Yi's sake, nor was it for Lunar Right Hall. It was mainly for herself. She didn't want to lose her resolve and determination. It wasn't long before the Monarch Realm experts of Lunar Right Hall gathered before its entrance, and there were over 150 amongst them. Mu Qingfeng spoke while she gazed at them. The Man clan first captured a member of our Lunar Right Hall for no reason, heavily injured her, and then insulted both me and our Lunar Right Hall. Do all of you think we should seek justice for this? Fuck! Kill them! How dare they insult you? Kill them! Kill them! We absolutely have to kill them, or I would be ashamed to call myself a member of Lunar Right Hall in the future. Look at Snow's Lament now. Their members don't even dare to wear their uniform when they go out. I don't want to end up like them. So let's attack. Mu Qingfeng felt extremely gratified when she saw how furious they were. Because she knew that they were clearly aware of the strength that the Man clan possessed, but none of them shrunk back. Mu Qingfeng said, Young man has gone to attack the Man clan. We can't make him feel that he's alone. Everyone, hear me! Raise your speeds to its limits and rush to the Man clan. Let's go! Mu Qingfeng's figure flashed as she spoke, and she transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the Man clan. Over 100 rays of light shot into the sky behind her, and they rushed off in the Man clan's direction as well. It wasn't long before news of Lunar Right Hall attacking the Man clan swept through the city, and countless people rushed madly towards the Man clan as they wanted to watch the show. I heard that the Man clan offended that fellow, young man, and that's why the entire Lunar Right Hall is going over. TSK. We'll have a show to watch now. Even though young man isn't simple, the Man clan is a clan that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Its resources and reserves aren't something that Lunar Right Hall can compare to. This time, young man is probably going to die, and the Lunar Right Hall is going to be destroyed with him. That may not necessarily be the case. After all, young man abruptly rose to prominence. I refuse to believe that he doesn't have the backing of any power or formidable figure. Indeed. Since he dared to attack the Man clan, then he definitely has some sort of trump card. Cut the crap and hurry up. We'll miss the show if we're late. Yan Yi knew the Man clan had 5 half-saints, and he knew that he couldn't fight the Man clan right now. But he still went there. A sword cultivator has to have an edge that would rather break than bend. A sword cultivator has to draw his sword when it should be drawn. If a sword cultivator lost his edge, then that sword cultivator would be crippled. If the sword in the hands of a sword cultivator bowed before the strength of its opponent, then that sword cultivator would be trash as well. If a sword cultivator didn't draw his sword when it should be drawn and hesitated instead, then how would that sword cultivator's thoughts be clear to swing his sword like his own arm? The sword had to be drawn when it had to, regardless of whether the enemy was weak or strong. Of course, it didn't mean that a First Heaven Realm sword cultivator had to draw his sword when facing a half-saint. After all, that wasn't courage but idiocy. Drawing the sword when it had to be drawn actually referred to a form of spirit, fearlessness, determination, and courage. Simply speaking, don't think about whether the battle could be won, fight it before thinking about that. If it was truly impossible to win, then run. Grandson! Grandpa is here! Yan Yi stood before the entrance to the Man clan while he enhanced his voice with profound energy, and it swept far into the distance. It could even be heard clearly almost 500 kilometers away. Chapter 740. The door cracked open, and then Man Shi and 4 old men walked out slowly from within. So there really are those in this world who don't fear death. But don't worry, I won't let you die that quickly. Because there are many things more terrifying than death in this world, and I'll allow you to experience them one by one. Man Shi was still smiling, but that smile carried slight insanity and ferocity. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and a piece of paper floated slowly towards Man Shi. He said, "It's an agreement for a life and death battle. You're a body refiner, and so am I. Moreover, my cultivation is lower than yours, so you wouldn't be afraid to sign it, right? Of course, if you ask those 4 geezers behind you to attack, then please fuck off. Because I don't really like talking with cowards. I know you're trying to egg me on, but it's fine. Because I want to deal with you myself as well." Man Shi flicked with his finger, and a drop of blood flew onto the agreement. The contract was signed, so death had to be decided. Suddenly, the expressions of the old man behind Man Shi changed, and they looked up into the sky in unison. Over 100 rays of light were flying swiftly through the sky, and it wasn't long before Mu Qifeng and the others appeared by Yan Yi's side. Over 100 Monarch Realm experts. Man Yuan frowned, and it was the same for the old man by his side. "What are all of you doing here?" Yan Yi was rather surprised when he saw them. "This isn't just related to you, it's related to our Lunar Right Hall as well." Mu Qifeng glanced at Man Shi and said, "The Man clan openly captured a member of Lunar Right Hall. If my Lunar Right Hall doesn't do anything about it, then how would it maintain its foothold in the city? So, we've come to seek justice today." Mu Qifeng, with just these forces? Man, she revealed a savage smile as he sized her up, and there was a wisp of lust in his eyes as he said, I heard that no one has ever laid eyes on your appearance. I wonder how you look. But it's fine because not only will I lay eyes on your face today, I'll even see you completely naked. Ha ha! Killing intent surged in Mu Qingfeng's eyes when she heard this, and all the other members of Lunar Rite Hall were exasperated. Doggy man, fuck your ancestors! If you didn't have the support of the Man clan, then I could fucking kill trash like you 10 times in a day. Enough. Boss, give the order and well kill that bastard. Boss, give the order. Well destroy the Man clan today. Most of the members of Lunar Rite Hall were youths, and the young were filled with spirit and vigor. It wasn't that they hadn't noticed the 4 half-saints behind Manchi, they just didn't fear them. Why? Because they had the numbers, and they were united. I'll give all of you 3 breaths of time to fuck off right now. Otherwise, all of you can leave your lives behind. Man Yuan glanced coldly at Mu Qifeng and the others. Man Yuan, how arrogant of you! Suddenly, a voice resounded out of thin air, and then an old man who held a walking stick in his hand and an old woman appeared by Mu Qingfeng's side. The old man glanced coldly at Man Yuan and said, Let me see how you make them leave their lives behind. The Man clan has really grown too arrogant lately. Meanwhile, Elderly and another old man arrived here. 4 half-saints. This time, the faces of Man Yuan and the others fell. Man Yuan glanced at the white-haired old man and said, Mu He, you intend to go against my Man clan for this body refiner? I don't know him. Mu He replied, I'm not here for him. I'm here for my granddaughter, the Hall Master of Lunar Rite Hall. Actually, the conflict between the young isn't related to old fellows like us. However, you, Man Yuan, intend to rely on your strength at the half-saint realm to insult and humiliate my precious granddaughter. So, the 2 of us had no choice but to come and play with you. What about the 2 of you, Elderly? Man Yuan gazed at Elderly. Or is this the Hallowed Hall's intention? We aren't here on behalf of the Hallowed Halls today. We're here on our own accord. Elderly said, We were from Lunar Rite Hall, and we couldn't bear to watch it being insulted. Are you satisfied with such an explanation? Man Yuan's face grew even more gloomy while he gazed at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would first receive Nether Maiden's help, and now had the help of so many others. It was something Head never expected. Because the information Head fathered earlier said that this body refiner called Yang Man had no background. If there was anything at all, then it would be a slight link to the fire spirit race. But the Man clan naturally had no need to fear the fire spirit race now, and that was why they'd captured Fu Jingxian earlier. Because they wanted to know what other cultivation techniques apart from the Man clan's cultivation technique could allow Yang Man to possess a physical body which was comparable to a half-saint. But he hadn't imagined that it would cause such a string of problems. I've signed an agreement of life and death with my grandson, so allow us to finish our business before talking about other things, all right? Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke abruptly. Are you that eager to die? Manchi stared fixedly at Yang Yi. This time, there was no smile on his face, and there was only killing intent. Yang Yi smiled and said, Did you say that you'll be my grandson if I return? What? You dare to talk but not admit it? You're really good at talking, huh? Man's eyes figure flashed over to arrive in front of Yang Yi, and he said, They'll smash off your teeth, one by one, and then they'll cut off your tongue. Let me see if you'll still be able to speak like this after that happens. Come on. Yang Yi gestured provocatively with a finger while a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. Wait. Manchi was just about to attack when Man Yuan spoke abruptly. This is a battle of life and death, and they've even signed an agreement. So, all of you won't interfere, right? Mu He and the others frowned, and then they gazed at Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng gazed at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi smiled and said, This is between me and him, so don't interfere if I'm no match for him. Of course, please help me stop others from interfering if he's no match for me. Kid, don't worry. No one will interfere in the battle between both of you. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "However, let me tell you in advance that we won't interfere if you're no match for him." Yang Yi smiled and nodded. "Of course." Meanwhile, Mu Qingfeng walked over to Yang Yi and said, "Don't underestimate him. Even though he rarely fights, he's definitely not weak. Moreover, the Man clan is a clan that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Its resources and reserves are extraordinary. Regardless of whether it's techniques or treasures, they'll definitely be remarkable. So, don't underestimate your opponent, alright?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Mu Qingfeng nodded, and then she moved aside. She was just about to attack when Man Yuan stopped him and said, "Don't underestimate your opponent. That kid isn't weak, so don't lose because of carelessness. Besides that, don't kill him. Keep him alive so that we can determine what secrets he possesses." She nodded while a savage smile arose on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll even slowly play with him until he dies once we've obtained the secrets he hides." The others moved aside and left a spacious area for Yang Yi and Man Shi to fight on. Meanwhile, more and more people were arriving from all directions. Moreover, there were even more rushing over from afar. "That's young man, I know him. He killed Yu Wushuang and the white-robed vice master of Snow's Lament that day. What the fuck? He's actually fighting the Man clan now? He really is a maleficent existence. I definitely should stay away from him. Who do all of you think is stronger? Yang Man or Man Shi? I don't know. Yang Man's strength isn't bad at all, but Man Shi is definitely not weak as well. At any rate, he's a member of an ancient clan. Even if his strength is slightly weaker, his equipment won't be, right? So, it's hard to decide. Cut the crap and just watch. They're about to begin." Shi gazed at Yang Yi as he slowly clenched his fists, and then he said, "Even though that woman of mine was just like a piece of my clothing or a container or mine, she was still a woman of mine in the end. Yet you killed her before my eyes and even insulted me. Do you know that I really want to kill you?" Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a pair of dark golden gloves appeared on his hands. Besides that, dragon scales started to appear beneath the gloves. He refused to underestimate anyone in the hallowed grounds, especially when he couldn't reveal his true strength. "Do you know? Shi was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot explosively towards Shi. He said, "No, my ass! If we're fighting, then fight! What's with all the crap?" Accompanying Yang Yi's voice was a fist that glowed brilliantly as it shot towards Man Zai's head. Man Zai's face turned utterly gloomy, and his gaze surged with ghastly killing intent. He didn't continue wasting his breath anymore. He clenched his right fist tightly, and then a red glow erupted from it as it smashed directly at Yang Yi's fist. It was a head-on collision. Battles between body refiners were head-on battles, and the outcome was decided by their respective strength and defense. Bang! Thunderous rumbling resounded as soon as their fists collided, and then a few dozen fine pitch-black cracks appeared throughout the space at the point of collision. As for the ground beneath their feet, it had been shattered into powder before their fists had even collided. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! Both of them were blasted flying, and every single step they took caused a deep footprint to be embedded into the ground. A wisp of seriousness appeared in Yang Yi's eyes because he noticed that Man Zai's body was very formidable. If it was based merely on the body, then Man Shi was the strongest head seen amongst the profounders at the Monarch realm and below. "Is that all you've got?" Man Shi shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm very disappointed, truly disappointed. Because you're too weak. You've attacked earlier, so it's my turn now." His figure flashed forward as he spoke, and he instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi before smashing his fist forward. Yang Yi frowned and punched forward as well. Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed drastically when his fist was about to collide with Man Zai's fist. It was because the space around Man Zai's fist had actually collapsed. It was too late to withdraw his fist now. Bang! The spectators watched with astonishment as Yang Ye's figure transformed into a black ray of light that flew off backwards. Too weak! Man Zai's voice resounded. Chapter 741. Young Man has lost? That body refiner who challenged the entire Snow's Lament by himself has lost just like that. He wasn't even able to resist a single attack? The minds of all the spectators had gone blank because the shock they experienced from this scene was truly too great. Mu Qingfeng's brows knit together tightly because she hadn't expected that this would happen. After all, she looked very favorably upon Young Man who just joined Lunar Right Hall, but she hadn't expected that he wouldn't even be able to resist a single blow from Man Shi. How can any human dare to compete in body refinement with my Man clan? Man Shi glanced at the surroundings and spoke with arrogance. I, Man Shi, will be the #1 body refiner in the hallowed grounds from today onwards. If you aren't convinced of it, then the consequences that fellow, Young Man, just suffered will be what all of you will experience. At this moment, Man Shi was beyond self-satisfied, and the excitement and madness on his face even caused it to warp a little. However, he quickly noticed that the spectators weren't looking at him. He looked along their vision, and then his face instantly froze. Because Yang Yi had stood up and was walking slowly towards him. You're actually unharmed. Man Shi stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and for the very first time since the battle started, he revealed a solemn expression in his eyes. Yang Yi walked slowly towards Man Shi and said, I sensed that your strength instantly experienced an explosive increase of over 10 times just now. I presume you've either cultivated some sort of secret technique or possess some sort of treasure. But I feel that the possibility of the latter being true is much higher. Because I clearly felt that your fist didn't feel like the fist of a human when it collided with mine. I'm really interested in that treasure of yours. Why don't you let me have a look? Don't worry, it'll definitely allow you to lay eyes on it before you die. Man Shi had a gloomy expression on his face while killing intent surged through his eyes. The reason had revealed his trump card right at the beginning of the battle was so that he could make a name from himself through this battle. But he hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would actually be completely unharmed from his full strength. It wasn't just him, even the 4 half-saints of the Man clan had been taken by surprise. However, it wasn't killing intent which flickered through their eyes, it was excitement. Because it meant that Yang Yi's cultivation technique was definitely extremely formidable, or it was some sort of special method of cultivation. Regardless of whether it was a technique or a method, it was absolutely good news for the Man clan. Because it might allow the Man clan to discover any path of body refinement. Then let's give it another try. Yang Yi had just finished speaking when his figure arrived before Man Shi, and then his fist blasted forward. However, it was unlike the punch from before. The strength carried by this punch was countless times greater than before, so space shook while the ground shattered before it. Man Shi didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. The profound energy within him surged into his right fist, and then he pushed his fist forward. Their fists collided once more. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded before both of them moved backwards. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop himself. However, Man Shi was still moving backward repeatedly, and he only stopped after taking around 100 steps back. The difference in their strength was obvious. After that, booing started resounding through the surroundings. Man Shi, didn't you say that you're the #1 body refiner in the human race? Why have you lost now? How could you have lost? So you were just spouting bullshit? No wonder you stank so much just now. So you were just full of shit. What is it like to be slapped right on the spot? This is exactly it. Man Shi, why are you blushing? Could it be that the cultivation technique of your Man clan is too formidable, so it made your face turn red? That's not because of his cultivation technique, that's because of anger. You can't even discern that? You must be blind. So it was because of anger. Ha ha! It was mostly the members of Lunar Right Hall who were ridiculing Man Shi. Of course, there were also some who were watching from the surroundings. Actually, many had intended to just watch the show, but disgust had been instantly aroused within them when they saw Man Shi act so arrogantly. After all, few were fond of arrogant madmen. Man Zai's face twitched when he heard the ridicule that came from the surroundings. He grabbed his shirt and suddenly pulled at it, causing it to be instantly transformed into powder. The ridicule and mocking that came from the surroundings instantly died down when they saw Man Zai's body. Man Zai's body was ink green in color, and the symbols which covered his body were wriggling slowly while his veins had bulged up completely. His body seemed very mysterious yet filled with explosive strength. "That's tattoo enhancement." Mu-He spoke with a slightly solemn voice. "I never expected that his body has actually been covered in talismans." "What does that mean?" asked Mu Qingfeng. Mu-He spoke in a deep voice. "It's common knowledge that the Tao of talismans is broad and profound. It can be utilized as inscriptions for weapons and treasures, and it can be inscribed on the body as well. However, inscribing the body is an extremely painful process. Because those talismans aren't just inscribed on the skin, they're inscribed on the bone and meridians as well. Very few people inscribe their bodies. Firstly, it's because it's an extremely painful process, and none are willing to endure such pain. Secondly, it's very dangerous as the slightest mistake might cause the person's body to be completely crippled. Is it very formidable?" Mu Qingfeng spoke in a low voice. Mu-He nodded and said, "It was called body talismans during the ancient times, and it was capable of improving physical strength and defense. If Man Zai's physical body could only compare to the defense and strength of a monarch realm dragon before this, then it's comparable to a human half-saint right now. But don't worry, that fellow, young man's, physical strength and defense isn't inferior to him at all." Mu Qingfeng nodded and gazed at the battlefield. At this moment, Man Shi didn't waste his breath anymore. He roared furiously as he stomped the ground with his left foot, and he instantly shot forward like a cannonball. His fist whistled sharply through the air as it rumbled towards Yang Yi. The formidable force it carried caused a terrifying gust of energy to create rippled in the surrounding space. It was an utterly horrifying sight. A savage smile curled onto the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he slowly clenched his right fist, and then swung it forward at the instant that Man Zai's fist arrived before him. Bang! Their fists collided. The space around their fists shook as the aftershock pushed them back. This time, Man Shi took 30 steps back while Yang Yi took 10. Man Zai's gaze instantly became ferocious when he witnessed such a scene, and he roared with fury. "How could that be possible? How could your body be even stronger than mine? It's impossible. You're cheating." An uproar resounded through the spectators. "Isn't that fucker a little too shameless? He can't win, so he calls his opponent a cheater? Fuck. How could he even say something like that? What a disgrace. Alas, this fellow, Man Shi, is really too stupid. Even if he wins this battle, he'll still gain a bad reputation. After all, he couldn't even accept his own defeat. So would anyone think highly of him?" What Man Shi said didn't just cause numerous profounders in the surroundings to arouse disdain towards him. Even the half-saints shook their heads repeatedly. Even though his strength isn't bad, his character and disposition are truly too inferior. At this moment, even Man Yuan's expression was quite unsightly. He glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he said to Man Shi, "Stop wasting your breath and get him quickly." Meanwhile, Yang Yi had suddenly attacked. He instantly appeared in front of Man Shi, and then his fist carried peerlessly formidable force as it smashed towards Man Zai's head. This time, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on Man Shi at all. His fists rained down upon Man Shi while Man Shi seemed like a madman who was ceaselessly swinging his fists at Yang Yi. Just like that, the two of them collided in the most violent and direct manner. They didn't utilize any techniques or Tao artifacts, and they just smashed their fists against each other in the simplest manner. "You punch me once, I punch you once." This caused the blood of the spectators to boil while shock filled their hearts. Because both Yang Yi and Man Zai's physical bodies were extremely terrifying, and an ordinary monarch realm expert wouldn't even be able to resist a single punch from them. But at this moment, they were hitting each other like they were punching bags. The battle continued for almost an hour before the gap in their strengths slowly became clearer. At this moment, Man Zai's speed was slowly becoming incapable of keeping up with Yang Ye's speed and rhythm in battle, and it was even to the extent that he was showing signs of being suppressed. The spectators were shocked by Yang Ye's strength, and they were shocked by Man Zai's strength as well. Because Man Zai's strength was entirely sufficient to gain a position on the hallowed rankings, but he had no reputation besides his infamy for lusting for women. Another hour passed, and the expressions of Man Yuan and the others turned gloomy. Because Man Shi was already completely suppressed, and he was moving backward incessantly while Yan Yi was growing stronger as the battle progressed. That kid's physical strength and defense are greater than Sierre. One of the half-saints by Man Yuan's side spoke in a low voice. Are we still unable to determine his background? Man Yuan spoke solemnly. The old man shook his head in response. Besides that he arrived at the city with Fu Jingxian from the fire spirit race, we've gained no further information. Fu Jingxian should be aware of his background. Unfortunately, she's in Lunar Right Hall now. Alas, we shouldn't have allowed Sierre to act as he pleased earlier. It's fine. No matter who he is, we'll immediately gain the answer we want once he's captured, said Man Yuan in a low voice. Bang! Suddenly, Man Shi was blasted flying. Man Yuan and the others revealed gloomy expressions. Meanwhile, Yan Ye's figure flashed and instantly arrived in the air above Man Shi, and then he stomped his foot down against Man Zai's stomach. Bang! Man Zai's figure was smashed into the ground. Suddenly, Man Shi who had just been smashed into the ground had shot up into the air, and he shot towards Yang Yi like a cannonball. Bang! This time, it was Yang Yi who was blasted flying, and he flew for over 2 kilometers before he finally stopped himself. At this moment, the spectators noticed that Man Zai's entire body was covered in dark golden scale armor, and there wasn't another crack on it besides where Man Zai's eyes were. However, some half-saints noticed that even Man Zai's eyes were covered in an extremely thin layer of golden skin. It's the saint-rank treasure, the Herculean armor. Mu He's voice carried extreme seriousness. That armor was forged from the body of a supreme expert of the Man clan and was enhanced by thousands of Dao rank metals. It possesses both the ability to attack and defend, and even half-saints would find it difficult to penetrate. I never expected that the Man clan would have given it to Man Shi. Looks like they'd been fostering him as the next patriarch of their clan. When he spoke up to this point, Mu he added, Young man is in danger now. Young man, weren't you very formidable? Weren't you very good with your fists? Come on. Man Shi walked slowly towards Yang Yi while his voice was filled with madness. A solemn expression arose in Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at the scale armor on Man Shi. His intuition told him that it was absolutely not something that brute strength could break. Young man, take this. Suddenly, Mu Qingfeng's voice resounded, and then a ray of cold light flashed before a sword descended before Yan Yi. That's the sword of Lunar Right Hall's founder. Its name is Lunar Reverie. Even though it isn't at the saint rank, it far surpasses the Dao rank. I'll lend it to you for today, said Mu Qingfeng. Yang Yi was stunned as he gazed at the sword which had taken in his grasp. Chapter 742. The sword was over a meter long, its blade translucent and reflective like glass, and it was curved like a crescent. It was an exquisite sword, and amongst all the swords Yan Yi had come into contact with, only the mortal Emperor's sword could compare to it. Even though he couldn't activate the true strength of the mortal Emperor's sword, he had no doubt about the strength it possessed. Yet this sword before him could actually compare to it. He hadn't witnessed the might of this sword, and it was the first time had laid eyes on it, but he had such a feeling at the instant he held it in his grasp. At this moment, Yan Yi was quite conflicted. While it was an amazing sword, the problem was, could he use it? Could he? The answer was that he couldn't. He was absolutely confident in his ability to pierce a hole through Man Shi if he used that sword, but the problem was that Man Shi would definitely not just stand there and allow him to do it. So long as he fought Man Shi, and if he were to dare and reveal his ability as a sword cultivator, then he would definitely be in huge trouble. Yan Yi sighed softly while he glanced at the sword with slight reluctance. He was just about to return it to Mu Qingfeng when Man Shi suddenly said, "Oh my God! You have a sword! It's even the lunar reverie! I'm so terrified! Young man! Don't scare me! I'm truly afraid!" When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly changed his tone and said, "Come! I won't move from this spot and let you stab me with it. It'll allow you to realize how weak you are before my Herculean armor." Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then joy surged within him. However, he didn't allow his emotions to be revealed on his face as he said, "We shouldn't. I'm afraid you die from just one stab." "One stab from you?" Man Shi suddenly started roaring with laughter, as if had heard a hilarious joke. "I'm dying of laughter. You actually intend to kill me with just one stab? Come! Come do it! I've decided that I'll let you stab me 10 times. No, 50 times. You'll be my grandson if you can't kill me. You're letting me stab you without defending yourself?" Yan Yi had quite a strange expression on his face as he said, "That isn't good, right?" Even though he spoke those words, he still walked slowly towards Man Shi. "I asked you to do it, so do it. What's with all the crap? Are you a man or not?" Man Shi suddenly roared furiously. He wanted to humiliate Yan Yi in public because only then could he undo the humiliation and loss of dignity from before. "Sire, don't waste your breath and end him quickly." Suddenly, Man Yuan spoke abruptly. While Man Shi was looking down on his opponent and acting carelessly, Man Yuan didn't. His intuition told him that Yan Yi was quite dangerous, and it was especially so when young man had a sword in his hand. Man Yuan didn't know why he had such a feeling, but it was a bad feeling nevertheless. Yan Yi's figure stopped moving, and his eyelids twitched when he heard this. At this moment, he was right before Man Yuan, so he would have no chance if Man Shi fought back right now. Because he absolutely couldn't expose his ability to use the sword, or he would have to flee for his life again. Yan Yi just stopped moving, shook his head, and said, "Forget it. Even your grandfather is so worried about you. It's best that I don't stab you, or I might stab you to death and force your grandfather to bury his own grandson." Man Shi, who was about to obey Man Yuan, had instantly exploded with rage. "What bullshit! Even if Sui Dengfeng were to rise from the death, I would still be able to fucking beat him to the ground. Come! Stab me! Your entire family is full of cowards if you don't dare to do so." This time, Yan Yi didn't hesitate in the slightest, and he shot over to Man Shi while he stabbed the sword towards Man Zai's chest. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of metal colliding resounded. The spectators saw sparks spraying from Man Zai's chest while Yan Yi took 2 steps back. Mu He, Mu Qingfeng, and the others immediately shook their heads when they witnessed such a scene. Because while the sword was exquisite, they felt that Yan Yi didn't know how to use it in the end. Ha! Meanwhile, Man Shi fully relaxed, and he roared madly with laughter. "Young man, come on! Stab me again! Didn't you intend to kill me with a single stab? Come on and do it again! I'll just stand here!" Suddenly Yan Yi stabbed the sword towards Man Zai's eyes. But it wasn't long before it was stopped by that thin layer of skin. Man Shi was still roaring with laughter. "Go on! Go on and stab!" Hiss! Meanwhile, a strange smile arose on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth as he pressed down a little, and then the sword instantly pierced through that layer of skin and entered Man Zai's head. Man Zai's roaring laughter stopped abruptly. Mu He and the others were astounded. Man Yuan and the others were horrified, and then they were exasperated. All of them flashed out in unison, and they shot explosively towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi didn't just stand there idly. Head quickly pulled out the sword once he stabbed it through Man Zai's head, and then he grabbed and tossed Man Zai's corpse into the primordial pagoda. Had just finished doing that when he sensed 4 enormous palms descending towards him, causing the color of his face to change slightly. Yan Yi didn't dare use the sword again. He put it away and smashed both his fists forward. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi forcefully resisted 2 of those attacked, but 2 more descended upon him and blasted him 3 kilometers away. Die! Man Yuan was furious, and he was just about to launch another attack. However, Mu He and the others recovered from their shock, and they flashed over to obstruct Man Yuan's group. Man Yuan, are you a sore loser? Mu He spoke coldly. Mu He, does your Mu clan really intend to go against my Man clan? Killing intent surged within Man Yuan's eyes. Mu He chuckled with disdain and said, Man Yuan, I finally understand why your grandson was such trash. It turns out that you're the same. Since you allowed him to sign an agreement to fight a battle or life and death, then you should be mentally prepared for his death. What? You're going back on your word once he's dead? You shouldn't have allowed him to sign it if you would. Or perhaps only others can die but the members of your Man clan can't? Meanwhile, Elderly spoke as well. Man Yuan, the agreement of life and death was a rule set by the hallowed halls. Since your grandson signed it, then his death can only be considered as a lack of skill. If you look for trouble with Yang Man because of that, then your Man clan will really become famous. Do you want the Man clan to be infamous for being sore losers? Man Yuan clenched his fists while his face was terrifyingly gloomy, and killing intent even flashed through his eyes. However, he didn't attack. Of course, it wasn't because of what Mu He and Elderly said, it was because he was very clearly aware that it was pointless even if he attacked. A short while passed before Man Yuan took a deep breath, and he said, Hand Sierra's body over and we can let the matter rest for now. What if I don't? Meanwhile, Yang Yi had already stood up from the ground. The spectators were astounded when they witnessed this scene because Yang Yi had suffered the attacks of 2 half-saints. Yet now, not only was he still alive, he could still stand. Moreover, while he didn't seem to be completely unharmed, it was still very terrifying. Is that fellow's body made of iron? If you don't, then die! Man Yuan stared fixedly at Yang Yi. After all, Man Shi was wearing the Herculean armor. While Man Shi was dead, the armor had to be retrieved because it was a treasure passed down in the Man clan. Yang Yi gazed at Mu He and the others before he said, Senior Mu, what's your opinion on the matter? Mu He spoke solemnly. Young man, I promised you earlier that I wouldn't allow others to interfere in the battle. While the battle has come to an end now, my promise still holds. But you have to realize that while I can protect you now, I can't protect you forever. So you have to think it through. Yang Yi chuckled and said, I'll hand the corpse over, but definitely not now. Moreover, these old dogs won't give up on killing me even if I hand it over now. So why should I? Seniors, if these old dogs intend to attack, then just help me keep them busy for a while. I only need 15 minutes to slaughter the entire Man clan. He intends to slaughter the entire Man clan. The spectators gasped when they heard those words. Mu He's eyelids twitched. He really is a bold fellow. Kill the entire Man clan? It's a clan that has survived for tens of thousands of years. Even if it has suffered decline, it's still an ancient clan. But it wasn't long before he realized that if they did stop Man Yuan and the others, and Yang Yi was allowed to attack the Man clan, could anyone in the younger generation of the Man clan stop him when they didn't have the support of half-saints? It wasn't just him, even Man Yuan and the others had thought of such a possibility, so their expressions turned gloomy and unsightly to the extreme. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the members of Lunar Rite Hall and said, Everyone! The Man clan first kidnapped a member of our Lunar Rite Hall, and then it insulted the Hall Master of our Lunar Rite Hall. That's a brazen expression of disdain towards our Lunar Rite Hall. While I've killed a member of the Man clan today, the humiliation we received hasn't been fully washed away. They have half-saints, but so do we. Are all of you willing to attack the Man clan with me and slaughter it to display the strength of our Lunar Rite Hall? The crowd remained silent for a moment, and then, Kill! Attack the Man clan! I've been unable to stand the sight of them for a long time. Fuck them! They dared to disregard our Lunar Rite Hall and even insult our leader. Fuck the Man clan! Young man! Let's do it! For Lunar Rite Hall! For our leader! Kill! Countless members of Lunar Right Hall surged with madness, and some even released their auras and were prepared to attack. Grim expressions appeared on Man Yuan and the others. The Man clan would naturally have no need to fear them if it were just those Monarch Realm experts from Lunar Right Hall, but there were 4 half-saints here as well. If those members of Lunar Right Hall attacked, then they would have no choice but to act, and if they were to attack, then Mu He's group would definitely attack as well. At that time, the situation would definitely go beyond their control. Once that happened, then the Man clan would. At this moment, Mu He and the others were slightly stunned as well. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would stir up the members of Lunar Right Hall. My God! Does he really intend to slaughter the entire Man clan? Kill! Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded, and then everyone watched as he charged towards the Man clan. The members of Lunar Right Hall hesitated briefly before they charged forward with him. Chapter 743. You can leave! Right at this moment, Man Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and he stared fixedly at Yang Yi while both his hands were clenched tightly. Yang Yi said to himself, "What a pity!" Because he was very clearly aware that once Man Yuan had spoken these words, then Mu He and the others would definitely not follow him into war with the Man clan. After all, they'd merely come here to undo the humiliation they'd suffered, and now that they had, they would naturally join him and fight with their lives on the line. Sure enough, Mu He and the others stopped the members of Lunar Right Hall once Man Yuan spoke these words. Mu He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Let's go!" Yang Yi shrugged, and then he turned around and left. Right at this moment, Man Yuan suddenly said, "It'll definitely make you pay tenfold for this humiliation." Yang Yi paid no attention to Man Yuan, and quickly vanished from everyone's fields of vision. It didn't take long for the news of Man Zai's death at Yang Yi's hands to spread through the city, and it shocked countless others. After all, the Man clan was an ancient clan, and it wasn't an organization created by the younger generation like Snow's Lament was. But even then, it had still been attacked. Now countless were even more curious about Yang Yi's identity. On the other hand, many clans and powers which weren't especially strong had hurriedly spread the order that their members were not to offend Yang Man. Moreover, many could be said to have come to an understanding. They'd realized that the body refiner called Yang Man was a complete and utter man, and misfortune would befall anyone who offended him. Mu He took Mu Qingfeng somewhere that they could talk in private. "Young man can't be allowed to stay in your Lunar Right Hall." The first words Mu He spoke caused Mu Qingfeng to be stunned on the spot. A short while passed before she asked in a low voice, "Why?" Mu He replied, "He's too unyielding and impulsive. Most importantly, he's truly too murderous. He'll definitely bring great disaster to Lunar Right Hall if he's allowed to stay. Just like what happened today. If he spared Manshi after he defeated Manshi today, then it wouldn't have almost gone out of control. But he didn't. Moreover, he even intended to slaughter the Man clan." When he spoke up to this point, Mu He's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I've figured him out. He's an absolutely vengeful fellow. But a person who doesn't know when to stop will definitely be unable to live for long in the hallowed grounds. So, little girl, make him leave Lunar Right Hall. It's for Lunar Right Hall's sake, and it's for your sake as well." Mu Qingfeng fell silent because she wasn't able to refute it at all. This incident had allowed her to truly sense how dangerous that fellow called Yang Man was. Would he have really slaughtered the Man clan if Man Yuan didn't concede? He definitely would. What a headache! Mu Qingfeng shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "Right, Grandpa. Didn't you say that even half-saints wouldn't be able to break through the Herculean armor? Why was he able to succeed just now? According to my observation, he doesn't seem to be skilled in the sword." Mu He frowned for a short while before he spoke. "To be honest, I wasn't able to figure it out as well. Because the moment he really did it was when all of us felt that he wouldn't be able to succeed, so we didn't observe carefully. Ha! Now it would seem like he was feigning weakness in the beginning, and he was intentionally making everyone let down our guard. That fellow, Man Shi, was truly a fool. He really was. Mu Qingfeng nodded with strong agreement. If Man Shi hadn't been so conceited and hadn't underestimated his enemy, then it would have been impossible to kill him while he wore the Herculean armor. Unfortunately, Man Shi was filled with conceit. It could be said that Man Shi had died to his own conceit. You decide what to do with young man. Mu He's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Should I let him stay? Or make him leave? Mu Qingfeng couldn't avoid having a headache. In a room within Lunar Right Hall, Yang Yi walked over to the bed. Fu Jingxian was seated on the bed. She had changed into a set of clean clothes, and her injuries were in a much better state, but the scar on her face was still there. This made her exquisite and gorgeous appearance to become terrifying. Thank you for the 1,000-year-old fire crystal. But isn't it a waste to be giving it to me? Fu Jingxian gazed at him as she spoke softly. Yang Yi shook his head and said, It was merely a possession. Right, that fire crystal should have been sufficient to heal the scar on your face, right? Why? Is it very unsightly? A smile arose on the corners of Fu Jingxian's mouth as she said, I think that no man would be interested in me with my current appearance, right? Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he sighed. Why go to such lengths? She answered, Do you know? Man, she was one of the people who killed my husband and child. I'd thought the heavens had given me a chance to take revenge when I encountered him today, but I never expected that I would actually be that weak. I was weak to the point that I couldn't kill my sworn enemy even when he stood there and let me attack. Moreover, I even dragged you into all of this. I really hate my powerlessness. I hate myself. Cough. As she finished speaking, her agitated emotions caused strands of blood to flow out of the corner of her mouth. Yang Yi withdrew a piece of cloth and passed it to her. Man, she is dead. I killed him myself. Fu Jingxian grew even more agitated. A long time passed before she finally calmed down. She took the cloth from Yang Yi, wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then gazed at him. You know, everyone says that you're a madman, a maniac, and an utter murderer. However, you're actually a very nice person. I'm a nice person? Yang Yi shook his head as he chuckled. Perhaps only you would say that I'm a nice person. Don't forget that I annihilated your fire spirit race. Fu Jingxian replied, You're very cruel and insane when you deal with your enemies, and you'll reveal your darkest side when you face your enemies. Moreover, you'll even endlessly magnify the darkness within you when you face your enemies. That's why they call you a maniac and murderer. However, you're very good to the people on your side. There's no killing intent or viciousness coming from you when you face them, and you're very amiable instead. Moreover, Fu Jingxian paused for a moment when she spoke up to this point and said, I noticed that you've never offended anyone since you arrived at the ancient city of Hallows, and you've even exercised forbearance on many occasions when others offended you. But once you stop exercising forbearance, then you'll annihilate every single enemy of yours and leave no room for reconciliation. The world calls you a maniac, a madman, and a murderer. However, no one has ever wondered why you became like that. Yang Yi glanced at her and didn't want to continue on this topic, so he said, What did the patriarch of the fire spirit race say when you went to see him? Fu Jingxian knew how to read the situation, and she didn't continue on the precious topic. She said, What else? He asked me not to cause trouble in the city because the fire spirit race can't even protect itself now, and it has no choice but to live in the city. So, he doesn't want me to cause trouble for them. Ha. They actually intended to lock me up because of that. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Don't go back and just stay here at Lunar Right Hall. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he withdrew another 1,000-year-old fire crystal and placed it by her bed. He said, I might have been unable to escape the fire spirit race's territory that day if you hadn't sent me a voice transmission. I want to dissuade you from relying on strength to take revenge, but this is all I can help you with. You're still not ruthless enough. Fu Jingxian gazed at him and said, I would kill me if I were you. Because only my death would guarantee your absolute safety in the city. Conversely, you'll definitely die if I'm allowed to live and expose your true identity. Yang Yi chuckled and said, As I said before, I don't offend those who don't offend me. I have my own limits, and I absolutely won't go over those limits. I have no reason to kill you, and my conscience wouldn't allow me to do so for those reasons you just spoke of. Moreover, it doesn't conform to my sword Dao. Besides that, I might not die even if you expose me. Yang Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. Fu Jingxian held the fire crystal in her grasp, and she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards for a long time before she finally withdrew her gaze. At the instant she withdrew her gaze, the emotions in her eyes had instantly changed, and it became filled with ferocious, murderous, and vicious. It'll get stronger no matter the cost. A soft voice resounded through the room. Yang Yi returned to his room after he left Fu Jingxian's room, and the first thing he did was take Man Zai's body out of the primordial pagoda. He wasn't interested in corpses, of course. He was interested in the Herculean armor that Man Shi wore. Had personally experienced its strength during the battle, and there were two reasons why had been able to pierce through Man Zai's eyes. Firstly, Man Shi had underestimated him and let his guard down. Secondly, had instantly utilized his 11th level sword intent, the 3-rod stage of critical strike, and the mortal sword. He could be said to have truly utilized his full strength. But even then, he still felt a trace of obstruction from the armor. In other words, his full strength had still been almost unable to break through the Herculean armor's defenses. Actually, if Man Shi was slightly vigilant and had dodged earlier, then it would have been absolutely impossible for him to succeed. In short, if he were to wear the Herculean armor, then he would dare to use only his physical strength, which was covered in dragon scales, to fight half-saints in one-on-one battles. Not to mention that he had the Mage Force shield and the Ice shield. In short, he would be armed to the teeth from now on. A smile couldn't help but arise on the corners of his mouth when he thought about that. However, he had a slight problem. The Herculean armor was wrapped tightly around Man Shi, and there were no gaps at all. Most importantly, the hole head pierced through it had actually closed up. In other words, he couldn't remove it at all. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, but it didn't take long for him to have an idea. His figure flashed into the pavilion of alchemy with Man Zai's corpse in his hand. You're so strong, so I'll roast you a little. Let's see if you or the divining flame is stronger. Chapter 744. Only a brief moment passed before Yang Yi arrived in front of the pill refinement furnace. Yang Yi was quite hesitant as he gazed at the flames within the furnace. Because the slightest mistake might cause the Herculean armor to be incinerated into ashes. But he had no other choice now. The Herculean armor was extremely strong, and even his full strength could only stab a hole through its thinnest part, but it was utterly impossible for him to remove it. Yang Yi was naturally not a fool to toss Man Zai's corpse into the furnace. He just moved it slowly towards the divining flame. In the beginning, nothing unusual really happened, but it wasn't long before he felt the Herculean armor wriggling slowly. Yang Yi was delighted by this development, and he moved it close towards the flame. As it grew closer and closer to the flame, the Herculean armor started to wriggle more and more rapidly. Moreover, it wasn't just wriggling, it was even trembling violently as if it had encountered something which terrified it. It wasn't long before Yang Yi sensed that Man Zai's corpse which resided within the Herculean armor had vanished. It had been completely disintegrated. Yang Yi stopped moving the Herculean armor closer to the flame. He gazed at it and spoke seriously. I know you can hear me. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't submit to me, then I'll toss you into the furnace and incinerate you. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that even if a saint-rank treasure hadn't formed a true consciousness of its own, it definitely possessed a certain level of intelligence. He wasn't a member of the Man clan, so he couldn't gain control over it in an ordinary manner. Thus, he had no choice but to threaten it. The Herculean armor showed no response. Yang Yi's gaze turned icy cold, and he said, It'll count to 3. If you still refuse to submit, then it'll let you have a bath in those flames. 1. The Herculean armor still showed no response. 3. As soon as he spoke, Yan Yi didn't hesitate to flick with his finger, and the Herculean armor was tossed towards the furnace. Right when it was about to enter, it suddenly exploded apart and transformed into countless streams of dark golden liquid. The liquid instantly arrived before Yan Yi and covered him. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief, but it wasn't long before he was filled with shock. Because he suddenly felt as if he was being tightly bound by millions of iron threads, and his entire body actually felt like it was about to be torn apart. The Herculean armor was growing tighter on him. Yan Yi forced himself to stay calm as he issued a command in his heart, and dragon scales instantly covered his entire body. The tearing pain he felt instantly reduced drastically, and the speed at which the armor constricted had slowed down. However, it wasn't long before the dragon scales started to crack apart. It has intelligence of its own, and such treasures would rarely submit to anyone with ease. I must think of a way to deal with it. Otherwise, if this is allowed to continue, then my body will definitely be cut apart. Yan Yi's thoughts surged swiftly as countless different methods flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. His finger moved slightly, and then a strand of blood essence shot out from the tip of his finger and landed onto the Herculean armor. The blood essence immediately entered the armor upon contact, and then Yan Yi noticed that the speed it constricted had slowed down slightly. However, it didn't stop. It's working, but it still hasn't stopped. Was it not sufficient? Yan Yi remained in deep thought for a moment before he decided to give it a try, and then another drop of blood essence shot out from his fingertip. Every single time he sent a drop of blood essence forward, Yan Yi noticed that the speed it constricted would slow down slightly. However, it still showed no signs of submitting after he sent over a dozen drops of his blood essence into it. On the contrary, it made him feel like it wanted even more. Blood essence was like the essence of a person. Losing too much wasn't just harmful to the body, it even affected one's strength. But Yan Yi had no other choice right now, and all he could do was continue. If it was before this, then he could choose to continue threatening it, but how could he do it now? It was wrapped around him. So wasn't the only option to be destroyed with it. After he flicked more than a dozen drops of blood essence to it again, the Herculean armor still didn't show signs of submitting to him, and that instantly infuriated Yan Yi. Because his cultivation might drop if he gave it more blood essence. Yan Yi walked over to the furnace and said, "You'll kill me if this continues. So are you fucking willing to submit or not? If you aren't, then I'll take you down with me." The armor didn't react at all. A savage smile appeared on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth as he stretched out his hand towards the edge of the furnace. In an instant Yan Yi's heart shook, and he almost pulled his hand back. He gazed at the divining flames with shock because only now had he noticed that it was much more terrifying than had imagined. But even if it made his heart tremble, he didn't shrink back at all, and he even moved a little closer. "Are you going to fucking submit or not?" Yan Yi roared furiously and seemed as if he was about to do it. Right at this moment, the armor suddenly started wriggling, and it wasn't long before it vanished from Yan Yi's body. At the same time, he sensed that there was a connection between him and the armor. He issued a command in his heart, and less than a tenth of an instant passed before the armor instantly covered him. Yan Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Head tried it as a last resort, and he never expected that Head actually succeeded at subduing the Herculean armor. Of course, it was a very dangerous process. Because if an ordinary person obtained the Herculean armor, then not to mention making it submit, most wouldn't even be able to endure it even if it was willing to submit. At the moment it covered him, Yan Yi knew that an ordinary person would have been instantly transformed into mush. After he retracted the armor, Yan Yi started to study its effects. After all, the moment Man Zai's strength had instantly experienced an explosive increase was still vivid in his memory. At that instant, Man Zai's strength had far surpassed his own. Yan Yi studied it for a long time before he finally figured it out. When he communicated with the armor, He noticed that so long as he willed it, then an extremely mysterious strand of energy would surge out from the armor and into his right hand. Yan Yi felt the surging energy for a while before he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! Space instantly collapsed before his fist, and the formidable force it carried even tore space apart. But it wasn't long before the space there had recovered completely. How formidable! Yan Yi has a wisp of excitement in his eyes as he gazed at his fist. At that instant, Head clearly sensed that his strength had increased by more than 10 times. So, even if a half-saint had taken him by surprise, he was still confident in his ability to blast that half-saint flying with such strength. Most importantly, his own physical defense was extremely terrifying, and he even had the dragon's scales. Now, he had the defensive capabilities of the Herculean armor as well. Besides that, he had the Mage Force shield and Ice shield. He dared to fight half-saints without his sword now. Of course, it was only ordinary half-saints. Because he wouldn't be able to defeat a half-saint like the Fire Spirit race's patriarch even if he used the sword. Because Head exhausted too much blood essence while subduing the Herculean armor just now, Yan Yi cultivated for an entire day in the primordial pagoda before he left the pagoda. His gains during this trip to the hallowed grounds were great. He hadn't just obtained numerous treasures, had even attained the 3rd rank of the monarch realm now. Earlier, while he was recovering from his injuries, the energy from the 1,000-year-old fire crystal he consumed had allowed him to advance a rank. That could be considered to be a pleasant surprise. The important matter at hand is to earn a huge amount of points. If it's possible, it's best to exchange them for a saint rank technique. The Herculean armor was a saint rank treasure, and Yan Yi had experienced its strength. So, he knew that a technique which was similarly at the saint rank would definitely not be weak. Moreover, techniques were his weak points because he only had 2 sword techniques. Of course, most importantly, he had to earn points in order to enter the pagoda of confinement to retrieve the sword precursor. Time passed very quickly, and it was time to meet Nether Maiden. She arrived at Lunar Rite Hall and moved unobstructed throughout Lunar Rite Hall. It wasn't that its members hadn't noticed her, but they didn't dare step forward even if they did. Not to mention Lunar Rite Hall, besides a few specific places, there was no place within the ancient city of Hallows that Nether Maiden didn't dare enter. Moreover, besides a few people, no one else dared to stop her. There was once a clan who refused to give her face. That clan wasn't destroyed, and only its patriarch was killed. Moreover, so long as that clan had a new patriarch, that patriarch would be killed on the next day. Even if that patriarch was a half-saint. That clan naturally refused to let the matter go and wanted to take revenge, but even more died instead. In the end, it had no choice but to seek help from the Hallowed Halls. However, the Hallowed Halls said that it didn't have the right to interfere in Nether Maiden's business. From that day onward, no other clan or power dared to not give Nether Maiden face. Even the extraordinary clans that had been passed down for 100,000 years in the city were no exception. They still acted respectfully when facing Nether Maiden. She was both mysterious and formidable. The 3rd rank of the monarch realm. Your strength has improved again. In his room, Nether Maiden floated over to Yan Yi. Yan Yi nodded and said, I'm still far inferior to you. There's no need to be modest. You aren't weak at all, said Nether Maiden. Yan Yi grinned and said, Actually, I'm very curious. Exactly what mission would make someone of your strength feel that it's difficult? She replied. 9 stone coffins have appeared deep within the netherworld ocean. Many geniuses of the hallowed grounds who ventured there died mysterious deaths. Our mission is to investigate the reason or bring those stone coffins back. Yan Yi suddenly asked. The hallowed grounds has numerous experts. Why don't they do it? The netherworld ocean belongs to the oceanic clans, and the relationship between the oceanic clans and the human race was terrible all those years ago. So, the oceanic saint placed a formation in their territory. All humans at the half-saint realm and above would be suppressed upon entering their territory, and only 50% of their strength would remain. Moreover, the oceanic saint left a strand of his soul behind. If half-saints of the human race dared to step foot into their territory, then that strand of his soul would show itself, and it would either repulse or kill them, said Nether Maiden. Yang Yi nodded and said, Those stone coffins feel dangerous to you? Nether Maiden said, There are 9 stone puppets standing on guard by the side of those stone coffins, and I need someone to keep them busy. How strong are they? Yang Yi had a bad feeling. They're half-saints. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched violently as he said, You want me to keep 9 half-saints busy on my own? Aren't you thinking a little too highly of me? Chapter 745. What was it like to fight 9 half-saints? Even with Yang Yi's current strength, he was barely able to fight a single half-saint without using his sword, and he didn't even know if he could defeat that half-saint. Conversely, he would be quite confident at defeating a half-saint if he could use his sword. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to win against the joint forces of 9 half-saints, and it was impossible even if he used the stone of suppression. She replied, I didn't ask you to do it alone. You've asked for the help of others as well? Of course. She continued, While your strength isn't bad, it's impossible for you to fight 9 half-saints on your own. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then he asked, How many others? 2. Yang Yi was speechless. Come, they're here! Nether Maiden's figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Should I go or not? Yang Yi hesitated for an instant before he decided that he would. After all, if Nether Maiden didn't have something wrong with her in the head, then it was naturally impossible for her to do something that would give her life away. Since she dared to head out on this mission while only getting the help of 3 people, then she was definitely confident in the group's ability. Moreover, he would get 100,000 points at least if they succeeded. When he stepped out of Lunar Rite Hall, Yang Yi saw the other 2 people whom Nether Maiden had invited. It was a pair of a man and a woman. The man wore a moon-white robe, was handsome, and had a faint smile on his face. Moreover, he emanated a very comfortable aura that caused others to be unable to help but get close to him. On the other hand, the woman wore a green dress and had a slim figure. But her appearance couldn't be said to be very beautiful, and it could only be described as not ugly. They seemed quite ordinary, but Yang Yi knew that they weren't simple. After all, how could they be simple if Nether Maiden had invited them to join her on this mission? Nether Maiden pointed at the pair and said, Wan Yan Qing Ming. The 2 of them nodded to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi returned the gesture and said, Young man! Just like that, the 4 of them set out from Lunar Rite Hall. Nether Maiden didn't tell him about their background, and she didn't explain Yang Yi's background to them as well. However, both Yang Yi and the 2 of them didn't inquire about each other. The Man Clan. Elder man, young man has left the city. A black-robed man stood before Man Yuan and spoke respectfully. Man Yuan, who was meditating there, suddenly opened his eyes. He was about to stand up when the black-robed man continued. However, he left with Nether Maiden, and another man and woman. Nether Maiden? Man Yuan's eyes twitched. He hesitated for a moment, and didn't get up in the end. All those years ago, Nether Maiden had caused an ancient clan like the He clan to suffer a heavy blow. Even though the Man clan was slightly stronger than the He clan, it absolutely couldn't endure Nether Maiden's wrath. Moreover, she had an extremely mysterious background that even the hallowed halls feared, let alone their tiny Man clan. Man, she has to be avenged no matter what, and the Herculean armor has to be taken back. You can leave. I'll deal with it myself. Man Yuan vanished from the room once he finished speaking. Yang Yi had quite a headache after flying for an hour. Nether Maiden was too quick. How quick was she? She was as fast as the speed of sound. Moreover, it was Yang Yi's weakest point. Fortunately, he was barely able to keep up with her when he used his full strength. However, Yang Yi was very well aware that Nether Maiden had probably slowed down. Otherwise, he would probably be unable to keep up with her even if he utilized Horizon Warp. Yang Yi noticed that Wan Yan and Qing Ming weren't ordinary as well. Because while they weren't as quick as Nether Maiden, they were following closely behind her. Moreover, it seemed like they hadn't used their full strength. In any case, Yang Yi was right at the back. After an entire day and night of flying, the four of them finally arrived before an ancient city. Nether Maiden pointed at the city and said, "That city is called Nameless, and there are all sorts of forces and existences hidden within it. Strength is the only law in the city." When she spoke up to this point, she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. "It'll be quite troublesome if you cause trouble here, so don't go around on your own and stay with me. All right?" Yang Yi's face darkened as he said, "Do I seem like someone who causes a lot of trouble?" She replied, "I'm worried that others would offend you." Yang Yi was speechless. Wan Yan and Qing Ning glanced at Yang Yi with surprise when they heard her. Because they were naturally able to discern what she meant, and that was exactly why they were surprised. Because she clearly meant that Yang Yi was very dangerous. However, that fellow who stood before them felt very ordinary to them. Nether Maiden didn't lead them straight into the city through the air, and she walked towards it instead. The entrance wasn't guarded, but a chubby middle-aged man with a bared upper body obstructed their path when they were about to enter the city. "Entrance fee! Entrance fee! Pay with your lives if you don't have enough!" The middle-aged man stretched out his meaty right hand and smiled with greed. Nether Maiden flicked her finger, and an extreme great energy stone flew over to the chubby man. The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide when he saw it, and it was even to the extent that a trace of saliva flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Nether Maiden's group out of the corner of his eye, and he noticed that the woman who led the group was merely at the Exalt realm, while the strongest amongst the rest was only at the 5th rank of the Monarch realm. So, he hurriedly put the energy stone away, and then he stretched out his hand towards Nether Maiden again and said, "Entrance fee! Entrance fee! Pay with your lives if you don't have enough. Then well use your life." As soon as Nether Maiden finished speaking, the middle-aged man's head suddenly flew up into the air. Yang Yi shook his head. People always die because of their greed and foolishness. After all, Nether Maiden's dressing clearly showed that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, the middle-aged man asked for even more in payment, so it was truly impossible for him to avoid death. "Who the fuck dares to kill on my territory? Are you tired of living?" A furious roar resounded, and then a man with a scorpion tattoo on his face led a group towards Yang Yi and the others. The man was furious when he saw the chubby middle-aged man's corpse on the ground, and he pointed his saber at Nether Maiden. "Bitch! Don't you know the rules that I, Lord Biao, set in my territory? Trust me. They'll make them take turns on you today." "He's finished." This time, it wasn't just Yang Yi who shook his head, even Wan Yan and Qing Ning shook their heads as well. Because that fellow wouldn't be able to live no matter how many lives he had. "The punishment of insolence is death." As soon as Nether Maiden spoke, she raised her hand slowly. Suddenly, an anxious voice resounded. "Your Highness, please show mercy." However, Nether Maiden's hand didn't stop at all. She just waved it lightly, and then a ray of white light flashed before the man's head flew up into the air. Nether Maiden was so quick that only Yang Yi and the others could see her movements clearly. So, the people behind the man were stunned when his head flew into the air. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man who had a very similar appearance to the man arrived here. He instantly clenched his fists when he saw the man's body, and a strand of viciousness even appeared on his face. However, Nether Maiden paid no attention to him, and just led Yang Yi and the others into the city. "Your Highness, do you intend to leave just like that?" The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. She stopped and said, "Do you really want me to stay?" His face twitched violently, and a short while passed before he took a deep breath and said, "Your Highness, please do as you please." The middle-aged man's face was horrifyingly gloomy as he watched Nether Maiden leave, but he didn't dare ask her to stay. Yang Yi's brows were gradually pressed together as they moved through the city. Because it was truly too chaotic. They constantly saw people dying on the streets, and there were even some who had targeted their group during this period. However, no one dared to charge over and just stared fixedly at them. because they who lived lives that were filled with danger were instinctively capable of sensing if someone was dangerous. Meanwhile, the white-robed man suddenly asked, "Your Highness, may I know why we're here?" Yan Yi and Qing Ming gazed at Nether Maiden as well because they were very curious as well. She replied, "To meet a divine talisman master in order to borrow some things for our protection." A divine talisman master! Yan Yi's heart shook. He hadn't expected that a divine talisman master of legend would actually exist here. After all, he was a talisman master as well, so he knew what the title of divine talisman master meant. That was a terrifying existence who could use the world to craft talismans. It wasn't just Yan Yi, even Wang Yan and Qing Ming were shocked. Wang Yan said, "Your Highness, our hallowed halls has a divine talisman master?" She shook her head and replied, "It didn't. In short, he's the only divine talisman master in this world. He doesn't really like coming into contact with others, so wait here for me." As soon as she finished speaking, she took another glance at Yan Yi and said, "The relationships between the powers here are very complicated, and there are countless half-saints here. Don't do anything impulsive." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. "I'm going to walk around." Wang Yan vanished towards the distance once he finished speaking. On the other hand, Qing Ming didn't even speak a word before she vanished. Yan Yi shrugged, glanced at the surroundings, and noticed that a nearby street was quite bustling with noise. Because there were some people who'd set up stalls on the ground there. His boredom and curiosity urged him forward. After walking for a while, Yan Yi suddenly stopped before the stall of an old man. There was only a single black sword chest there, but a portion of it seemed to have been sliced off, so there was a hole on it. Yan Yi gazed carefully at it for some time and was just about to touch it when an invisible force enveloped him. Yan Yi stopped and gazed at the old man, and the old man spoke coldly. "You can only look, not touch." A half-saint? Yan Yi hadn't expected that the old man would actually be a half-saint. "Looks like Nether Maiden didn't lie to me. This place really is filled with experts." Yan Yi nodded and pulled his hand back before he said, "What's its price?" The old man spoke indifferently. 100,000 points from the hallowed halls or 300,000 top-grade energy stones. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Let's be honest with each other. That's not bad, but even you can see that it's damaged and isn't worth such a price. It'll give you 2,000 extreme-grade energy stones. I'll take it if you agree." "You have extreme-grade energy stones?" The old man was astounded. Usually, a single extreme-grade energy stone could be exchanged for 100 top-grade energy stones. But it was practically impossible to actually exchange. Unless it was a power that ran businesses, otherwise very few would be willing to make such an exchange. So, the true exchange rate of extreme-grade energy stones was far more than that. Yan Yi nodded and said, "I don't like bargaining. We can make the exchange if you agree." The old man hesitated for a moment. However, a voice suddenly resounded when he was just about to nod with agreement. "I'll pay 2,100 extreme-grade energy stones." Yan Yi and the old man looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw a middle-aged man walking over slowly. Yan Yi frowned when he saw the middle-aged man because it was the man who'd almost entered into conflict with Nether Maiden at the entrance to the city. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze and said, 2,500. The old man was overjoyed, and he was just about to nod when the middle-aged man said, 3,000. He even glanced intentionally at Yan Yi while he spoke. Yan Yi turned around and gazed at the middle-aged man, and flames of rage burned in his eyes as he said, "I'll pay 5,000. The middle-aged man grunted coldly and said, 6,000. 7,000. Yan Yi stared fixedly at the middle-aged man while his face flushed red, and his chest was even rising and falling rapidly. He seemed like he intended to fight the middle-aged man until the end. The old man was smiling from ear to ear. 8,000. The middle-aged man even glanced provocatively at Yan Yi once he finished speaking. Right when the old man thought that Yan Yi would increase the price to 9,000, Yan Yi shrugged and spoke indifferently. Congratulations, you've won! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. Stop right there! He suddenly roared furiously. Yang Yi stopped, turned around, and gazed at the middle-aged man as he said, Nether Maiden bullied you, yet you didn't dare to look for trouble with her, and have come to look for trouble with me. Do I seem easy to bully because I look ordinary? Chapter 746. How dare you play tricks on me? The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yang Yi while the killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. You're blaming me for your own stupidity? You're courting death. He was just about to attack when the old man stopped him and said, I don't want to interfere in the matters between the two of you. Since you made a bid for 8,000, then pay up. I don't want it. The middle-aged man glanced coldly at the old man. What a joke. That's only worth 2,000 extreme-grade energy stones. But he wants me to pay 8,000? Does he think I'm a fool? Do you think that I'm easy to bully? The old man's face turned gloomy. The middle-aged man revealed disdain as he said, Old man, don't think that you're amazing because you're a half-saint. I'm from the Endless Alliance. Do you dare to do anything to me? The Endless Alliance. The spectators instantly gasped when they heard these words, and many even turned around and left right away. There were 4 great powers in Nameless City. The strongest was the city governor's estate, and the others were the Endless Alliance, the Assassin's Alliance, and the Divine Talisman Association. They'd split the entire city into 4 amongst themselves. Of course, these were just the powers that were out in the open. There were many other hidden powers throughout the city. However, they kept a comparatively low profile. In the eyes of independent cultivators or those without any background, the members of these powers couldn't be offended at all. Because they didn't just have numerous members, they were very strong as well. A single half-saint was completely insufficient to face any one of those 4 great powers. Sure enough, the old man's expression turned unsightly when he heard the middle-aged man. A short while passed before he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Since he doesn't want it, then it's yours. They'll give you a discount. You just have to pay 6,000 extreme-grade energy stones. A wisp of complacency arose on the middle-aged man's mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Yi while taking pleasure in Yang Yi's misfortune. Yang Yi, who intended to watch the show, was stunned. He hadn't expected that the old man would actually act like this. Clearly, the old man thought that he was a ripe persimmon who could be squashed with ease. You think that I'm easy to bully? Yang Yi gazed at the old man as he spoke. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Since he doesn't want it, then it's naturally yours. You made a bid of 7,000 just now. I didn't force you to do anything. Moreover, young man, don't blame me for not warning you. If you refuse, then I'll treat it as you were playing tricks on me, and you'll have to pay for doing that. Yang Yi nodded and said, So you intend to be unreasonable, huh? The old man's imposing aura suddenly erupted from him and enveloped down upon Yang Yi, and then he spoke gloomily. Young man, this is your final chance, or you'll have to suffer the consequences. Yang Yi understood that the old man clearly intended to bully him. So, he didn't waste his breath again. The Herculean armor instantly appeared on him, and then he smashed his fist forward. The old man's expression changed. He hadn't expected that this fellow who was merely at the monarch realm would actually dare to attack him, and had never imagined that Yang Yi's speed would actually be so quick. So, he had no choice but to raise his fist and smash it against Yang Yi's fist. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically when their fists were about to come into contact, and he wanted to withdraw his hand. But it was too late. Bang! The spectators watched with astonishment as the old man's figure was blasted flying, and they even faintly heard cracking. A monarch realm expert punched a half-saint flying? All of them were dumbstruck, and they gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Even the middle-aged man was stunned right now. He hadn't expected that this fellow before him had actually been able to blast a half-saint flying with a single punch. Was he feigning weakness? No matter what it was, the middle-aged man had the intention to withdraw. The reason Head looked for trouble with Yang Yi just now was mainly because of Nether Maiden. Shed killed his younger brother, so he was naturally filled with resentment. However, he was clearly aware of Nether Maiden's identity and strength. Not to mention him, even the alliance that backed him might not dare to look for trouble with Nether Maiden. So he had no choice but to exercise forbearance. However, he wasn't able to stop himself when he saw Yang Yi. Why? Because Yang Yi was only at the Monarch realm, and Nether Maiden wasn't by his side. But now, he knew that he was mistaken. How could someone who was by Nether Maiden's side be weak? But isn't it a bit too crazy to be able to punch a half-saint away? Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured, and then the sword chest flew over into his grasp. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at it, and he said, "I intended to pay for it, but you didn't want it, and insisted on giving it to me for free. I can only say that you're truly a good person. You." Meanwhile, the old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood from the rage he experienced. He glared angrily at Yang Yi while his right hand trembled slightly, but he didn't dare to attack. He wasn't a fool. Since Yang Yi could punch him flying, then both Yang Yi's background and backing would definitely be extremely terrifying. The slightest mistake might result in his death. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the old man and said, "What? You intend to give me more?" The old man stared fixedly at Yang Yi, but he didn't speak another word. He just turned around and left. He accepted his fate this time. While Head suffered some injuries from the previous collision, he knew that it had been caused by his carelessness, and he was confident in his ability to defeat Yang Yi if he acted against Yang Yi. However, he didn't because he didn't want to face the wrath of the power that backed Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't pursue the old man. Even though Head relied on the Herculean armor to take the old man by surprise and blast him flying, Yang Yi knew that he couldn't kill a half-saint. So it would be a waste of time to pursue the old man. After he put the sword chest away, Yang Yi turned around with the intention of leaving. He hadn't looked for trouble with the middle-aged man because Head given it some thought, and he felt that it was better to just avoid such trouble. The middle-aged man was stunned. He isn't going to look for trouble with me? He's just leaving? Suddenly, a group walked over from afar. "Move aside! The Endless Alliance has business here. If I see any unfamiliar faces after 10 breaths of time, then don't blame me, Shinbadeo, for showing no mercy." The man who led the group roared furiously while he held a saber in his hand, and the crowd that was watching the show instantly vanished without a trace. "Shinbadeo?" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, and then he hurriedly walked over and said, "Badeo, what are you doing here? Zhang Liao, some brother said that your younger brother was killed." "Fuck! Who the fuck dared to kill a member of our Endless Alliance on our own territory? I've brought a group of brothers to take revenge." Shinbadeo glanced at the surroundings and said, "Who did it? I'm going to slice him into pieces." Zhang Liao shook his head and said, "Forget it." He was very well aware of how terrifying Nether Maiden was. Not to mention his younger brother, even if the Alliance leader's younger brother was killed, the Alliance leader would still have no choice but to exercise forbearance. "How can you just let it go?" Shinbadeo roared furiously and said, "Killing a member of our Alliance in our own territory isn't just an insult to us, it's an insult to our Endless Alliance. We would be ridiculed if news of it were to spread. So, it's not your problem, it's our Alliance's problem." Zhang Liao shook his head and was about to speak. However, a young man by Shinbadeo's side suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Guardian Qin, he's one of the fellows who killed Zhang Liao's younger brother. I saw it with my own 2 eyes." Shinbadeo gazed at Yang Yi and roared furiously, "Stop him!" The group behind him flashed forward and instantly surrounded Yang Yi. Zhang Liao hurriedly said, "Badeo, listen to me. Just let it go." Even though he didn't know who Yang Yi was, Yang Yi could punch a half-saint flying. So, how could Yang Yi be an ordinary person? Moreover, he was in the same group as Nether Maiden. At this moment, he was quite regretful. He regretted being unable to control himself and looking for trouble with Yang Yi. What nonsense! Chunbadeo glared furiously at Zhang Liao and said, Zhang Liao, have you lost your balls? They killed your younger brother, yet you're actually protecting him? Have you thought about your younger brother? Would he be able to rest in peace? Zhang Liao fell silent, and a wisp of viciousness gradually appeared in his eyes when he thought about the miserable death of his younger brother. Chunbadeo continued, Isn't it just his background being slightly unordinary? What are you afraid of? They'll be there to support you no matter what happens, and if I can't, then we still have a myriad of other brothers in the alliance. When he spoke up to this point, Chunbadeo walked over to Yang Yi and said, Kid, no matter who you are, you have to pay for killing a member of my endless alliance. I'll chop you up into 1,000 pieces today, and I'll let the world know that not just anyone can bully members of my alliance. Yang Yi shrugged and said, I didn't kill his younger brother. You've got the wrong person. You can ask that fellow if you don't believe me. Ask him if I killed his younger brother. Chunbadeo turned around to gaze at Zhang Liao. Meanwhile, the young man who spoke before said, He didn't kill Zhang Biao, and it was a woman who did it. But he was in the same group as her. Chunbadeo gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded and said, Actually, he's right. We really are in the same group for now. But there's a person responsible for everything. She killed his younger brother, so you should look for her. Right. Your death can be considered as vengeance for my younger brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Liao suddenly spoke ferociously. He was very well aware that it was impossible to seek revenge from Nether Maiden. Since that was the case, then he could only seek vengeance from Yang Yi. Because no matter how great Yang Yi's background was, it was impossible to compare to Nether Maiden. Yang Yi was furious when he heard this, and he said, Do you really think I'm that easy to bully, so you're doing it as much as you can? Meanwhile, Chunbadeo suddenly moved his wrist and pointed his saber at Yang Yi. He roared furiously, I'm bullying you right now. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Chapter 747. Chunbadeo had just finished speaking when his eyes instantly opened wide, and they almost popped out from their sockets. Because a hand was on his neck. The others here watched this scene with disbelief. Yang Yi choked Chunbadeo while a smile arose on the corners of his mouth. How are you going to bully me when you're so weak? Besides ferocity, there was also terror in Chunbadeo's eyes. He was at the 5th rank of the Monarch realm, but he hadn't even been able to see Yang Yi's actions clearly. My God! Is he a half-saint? You dare to kill a member of my endless alliance? You're dead! Zhang Liao roared furiously. Crack! The clear and melodious sound of bones cracking resounded, and then Chunbadeo's head tilted to the side as had lost his life. Yang Yi withdrew his hand and glanced indifferently at Zhang Liao. I don't know if he'll die, but I know that you didn't cherish the chance to live. Then he'll give you death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure moved and instantly arrived in front of Zhang Liao, and then he smashed his right fist towards Zhang Liao. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he pressed his palms forward to collide with Yang Yi's attack. Bang! Zhang Liao was blasted flying, and he crashed through 5 houses before his figure finally stopped. He was dead. Instantly killed by a single punch. The other members of the Endless Alliance were horrified, and they didn't hesitate at all to turn around and flee. What a joke! YY was killing Monarch Realm experts like he was slaughtering sheep. How could they dare to attack him? Yang Yi clapped his hands together, and then he turned around and returned to where he stood before. After that, he withdrew the damaged sword chest. The sword chest was pitch black, and it was densely covered by strange symbols. Besides that, there was a small corner missing from the top of it, causing it to seem quite ugly. The effects of swords' chests were usually to form sword formations or enhance the might of the swords within it. The reason Yang Yi took a liking to this sword chest was mainly because of a feeling, and once he looked at it carefully, he noticed that it really was quite extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just the hardness of the materials used to forge it was much better than ordinary Dao rank treasures. Besides that, there were talismans inscribed on it, Even though had practiced the Tao of talismans in the past, he could only be considered to be slightly knowledgeable in the field. So, he wasn't able to figure out the effects of the talismans on the sword chest. However, his intuition told him that it wasn't ordinary. Coupled with the fact that 2,000 extreme-grade energy stones weren't a huge amount for him, he intended to buy it. But he hadn't expected that he would obtain it for free in the end. "Big brother, give me a little money, alright?" Right when Yang Yi was carefully observing the sword chest, a clear, melodious, and slightly weak voice appeared from behind him. This caused Yang Yi's pupils to constrict slightly while a chill ran down his spine. Danger! Extreme danger! It wasn't Yang Yi's intuition but a warning from the primordial pagoda. It was the first time that the primordial pagoda had warned him that he was in danger. The profound energy within him surged madly while dragon scales appeared beneath his clothes. Yang Yi turned around slowly, and he saw a young girl looking at him with a pitiable expression on his face. The young girl was around 10 years old. Her clothes were in rags, her hair completely dirty, and her face was even covered in a huge amount of mud. Most importantly, she had no hands. Both her sleeves were empty. He wasn't able to discern her cultivation. She was a completely ordinary little girl. However, Yang Yi was very clearly aware that it wasn't that simple at all. Not to mention the warning he got from the primordial pagoda. He hadn't even noticed when she arrived behind him. Moreover, his divine sense was still unable to sense her until now. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart because even a half-saint couldn't arrive behind him without him noticing, let alone make the primordial pagoda send him a warning. "Big brother, give me a little money, alright?" She gazed at Yang Yi while speaking in a weak and gentle voice, and she seemed so frail that she couldn't even resist a gust of wind. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it on the ground. She glanced at the energy stone and said, "It's too little. It won't be able to satiate Yin Yan's hunger." Yang Yi withdrew 10 more extreme-grade energy stones and placed them on the ground. The little girl shook her head and said, "It isn't enough." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. This time, he withdrew 100 energy stones. She still shook her head again. Yang Yi took a deep breath, withdrew 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and then spoke gently. "Little sister, it isn't easy for me to earn money as well. Of course, it's definitely more difficult for you. Since it's difficult for both of us, then let's not make it difficult for each other, alright?" At this moment, Yang Yi's heart was bleeding. It was the first time he had been extorted in his entire life. He wanted to give her nothing, but he decided to give it to her in the end. It was none other than because the primordial pagoda had sent him a warning. That meant that the young girl who stood before him was definitely extremely terrifying. After all, the primordial pagoda hadn't sent him a warning when he faced Lu Yen that day. Moreover, the little girl had actually been able to live in Nameless City, so it was obvious that she wasn't ordinary. He was paying to avoid a calamity. In Yang Yi's opinion, if he could use money to deal with it, then it was best to not draw his sword. Of course, the precondition was that he couldn't defeat the other person. The little girl blinked and said, "Big brother, give me 5,000, alright? Are you a glutton?" Yang Yi's face was dark, and he was almost about to shake his head. However, he didn't in the end. Because the primordial pagoda gave him another warning. It wasn't just the primordial pagoda, even the violet mink sent him a warning. Yang Yi knew that it was a severe situation. He checked his possessions and noticed that he only had 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones left. This time, while it hurt, he didn't hesitate to withdraw another 4,000 extreme-grade energy stones. He placed it on the ground before him and said, "Here, it's all for you." A faint smile arose on the corners of her mouth when she saw the small hill of energy stones. Suddenly, her brows knit together slightly as she said, "Big brother, there are too many. I can't hold them all." "That's not a problem." Had given her 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones, so what was a single spatial ring? Yang Yi withdrew a spatial ring, placed all the energy stones into it, and then said, "See, isn't it all right now?" She replied, "But Enin doesn't have any hands." That's not a problem as well. Yang Yi withdrew a red string and stringed the spatial ring before he said, Wear it around your neck. She blinked and said, Big brother, I don't have hands. Help me put it on, all right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The current state of his emotions was truly impossible to describe with words. Not only was he being extorted, he even had to serve his extortionist. That was truly unprecedented for him. Yang Yi was quite hesitant. She was a dangerous person, and he had no doubt about it. So, had constantly kept his distance from her because he was worried that something would suddenly occur. Yet now, if he were to help her put it on, then it meant that he had to get close to her. At such a close distance. The little girl blinked as she spoke. Big brother, come on! Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head. I'm really such a fool. Even an attack with the full strength of a half-saint wouldn't be able to kill me with the defensive capabilities of my body while it's covered in my dragon's scales. Even if she does attack me, would she be able to kill me? Unless she's a Saint Realm expert, of course. But if she was a Saint Realm expert, then all he could do was accept his fate. Yang Yi stopped hesitating. He walked over to her, and then he placed the strong around her neck. Big brother, you're a really good person, said the young girl. Yang Yi's hand froze a little. I use 5,000 extreme energy stones to be called a good person. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he secured the string around her neck. Meanwhile, she said, You're very generous as well. You didn't just give Eneen money, you gave Eneen so much. Eneen can eat for quite a few days now. You aren't like the others who don't just refuse to give me money, they even intend to hit me. Even if they did give me money, they would be stingy, and Eneen would still feel hungry. Yang Yi felt quite amused when he heard her, and then he asked casually, What do you do if they refuse and even hit you? I eat them. Eneen raised her head, gazed at Yang Yi, and spoke in a melodious voice. Yang Yi's face froze. A short while passed before he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, You really are them? Eneen nodded and said, Yes. Unfortunately, they weren't tasty. When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly moved closer to Yang Yi, and then she sniffed him lightly while a wisp of greed appeared in her eyes. She said, Big brother, I feel that your flesh will be much tastier than them. Right, but your skin is slightly thick, and it's even thicker than those old geezers who call themselves half-saints. But it's fine because my teeth are very strong. You'll be able to bite through it. Yang Yi's hair stood on end while cold sweat appeared on his face. She ate them, and there were even half-saints. Moreover, she sounds like she ate more than one. Yang Yi knew that had encountered a true monster. Yang Yi lowered his head to look at her, and then he forced a smile on his face as he said, You want to eat me, right? She replied, I wanted to. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She continued, However, Big brother is unlike the others. You didn't scold me or hit me, and you even gave me things. So I want to eat you. Big brother, I'm leaving. See you. She turned around and walked away while she spoke. Meanwhile, a group led by a man in a gorgeous robe walked swiftly towards Yang Yi. The strength of this group was very formidable, and their speed was extremely swift as well. Even though they were walking, they were even faster than a dashing horse. It didn't take long for the group to be on the verge of colliding with the young girl. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he was just about to act. However, what he witnessed next caused him to be stunned and petrified on the spot. The young girl was still walking, and the group didn't stop as well. Just like that, they grew closer and closer, and it wasn't long before they arrived right before the young girl. But there was a problem. The young girl was still walking forward. Suddenly, she appeared behind the group, and then she continued walking slowly towards the distance while the group arrived in front of Yang Yi. The man who led the group gazed at Yang Yi as he asked in a deep voice, I'm the vice leader of the Endless Alliance, Ning Jun. You killed Chen Bidao and Zhang Liao? Yang Yi pointed at the young girl in the distance, and then he gazed at Ning Jun and said, You can't see that young girl? What young girl? Ning Jun looked towards the direction Yang Yi pointed at, and there was no one there. Ning Jun's face fell. He turned around, gazed at Yan Yi, and said, "Are you trying to play tricks on me? You're a half-saint. Can you really not see her?" Yan Yi asked once more with a slightly trembling voice. Ning Jun's face became completely gloomy as he said, "Kid, there's nothing besides air there. Have you gone mad?" Yan Yi gazed at the young girl in the distance who was still walking, and he wiped the cold sweat on his face as he muttered, "Did I just see a ghost?" Chapter 748. The young girl was clearly right there, but they couldn't see her. Why? Why am I able to see her? But why isn't this fellow, Ning Jun, who's a half-saint, able to as well? Yan Yi was very puzzled. Meanwhile, Ning Jun asked once more, "You killed those members of my Endless Alliance, right?" Yan Yi nodded and said, "I killed too." "Give me a reason not to kill you," Ning Jun spoke in a low voice. "You can give it a try if you have the ability." Right at this moment, the voice of a woman resounded. Ning Jun's expression changed as he turned around to look, and he saw a woman floating over from afar. It was Nether Maiden. Ning Jun frowned when he saw her. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately revealed shock in his eyes as he said, You're Nether Maiden! I killed members of your Endless Alliance as well. Do you want to kill me as well?" said Nether Maiden. Ning Jun's face fell, and he said, "Your Highness, Nether Maiden, there's no enmity between my alliance and you, so may I know why you've killed members of my alliance? They deserve death." Nether Maiden didn't provide much of an explanation. "Attack if you want to avenge them. Aren't you going a little too far?" Ning Jun's face was gloomy. This time, Nether Maiden paid no further attention to him. She just gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Let's go." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi shook his head as he suppressed the shock and bewilderment in his heart, and he followed behind her. In the end, Ning Jun didn't attack. He just led the group away instead. "You caused trouble again," Nether Maiden spoke as they walked. Yang Yi replied, "Would you believe me if I said that I wasn't the one who started it?" She nodded. "I would." "Huh!" Yang Yi was slightly astounded. "You really believe me?" She nodded in response. "Why?" asked Yang Yi. She stopped moving, fell silent for a while, and then said, "I wouldn't have invited you if you were one who liked to create trouble. Killing is unavoidable in this world because there are always incidents where others would refuse to let you go. Just like what happened at the entrance of the city. So, killing is a very ordinary thing. However, I don't like those people who intentionally create trouble." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You've really made me feel quite surprised." She replied, "You too." Both of their words carried hidden meanings behind them. Nether Maiden suddenly said, "We have to stay here for a night." "Why?" She answered, "That divine talisman master doesn't have what I need for now. So, he asked me to wait one night. We aren't leaving the city tonight. You must be cautious while residing within the city. I know you're very strong, and you're even capable of fighting half-saints. However, there are many things here that exceed the scope of your understanding." Yang Yi nodded as he deeply agreed. After all, Inin might not be a half-saint, but she was even more terrifying than a half-saint. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Right, what about Wang Yan and Qing Ming? Will they be fine?" She replied, "It's fine. Even if they do encounter any danger, their strengths are more than enough to protect themselves. Moreover, they're comparatively amiable people, and they don't take pleasure in fighting and killing." Yang Yi was speechless. Nether Maiden said, "The difference between you and them is that they know when to stop, but you don't. Moreover, you'd even kill with all your might. So, they're able to leave safely even if they encounter any problems, but you would make a small problem become a huge problem instead. You have to do something about your temper." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Thank you for the warning." She stopped moving, and then gazed at a tower in front of her and said, "Well, stay here tonight." Yang Yi raised his head to look over, and he noticed that the tower had over 10 levels, and there were 3 words inscribed there, Tower of Buddha. Let's go! Nether Maiden walked in, and then Yan Yi followed right after her. There was a stone counter not too far from the entrance, and an old man with snow-white hair was seated behind it. The old man was resting on a chair with his eyes slightly closed, and he seemed like he was sleeping. The entrance fee is 10 extreme grade energy stones. The cultivation rooms on the 2nd floor cost 200, the 3rd floor is 300, the 9th floor is 900. The old man didn't even open his eyes as he spoke. Nether Maiden flicked her finger, and then 180 extreme grade energy stones flew onto the counter. The old man finally opened his eyes, and then he tossed 2 golden keys towards Yan Yi and Nether Maiden. The room numbers are written on them. Just enter the corresponding room. Nether Maiden took the key, and then she led Yan Yi up the tower. What exactly is this city? Yan Yi asked as they walked towards their rooms. The first impression he had was that the city was chaotic, and the second thing he felt was that it was mysterious. Everything here was mysterious. It's heaven for many because there's no order or rules here. You can do as you please if you have the strength. Even though there are powers here, it's very normal for the powers here to rise and fall. For example, Endless Alliance didn't exist a month ago, said Nether Maiden. Does the Hallowed Halls not manage this place? Asked Yan Yi. She replied. It's not that it doesn't want to, but it can't. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched, and he said, Even the Hallowed Halls can't? The Hallowed Halls was a power that represented the human race in the hallowed grounds. While the ancient city of Hallows had many powers within it, they were all within the Hallowed Halls' management. Of course, many elders and figures who possessed authority in the Hallowed Halls came from those extraordinary clans and powers. However, he had no doubt that the Hallowed Halls far surpassed the clans and powers, because it had its Hallowed Lord and 2 supreme exalts. Especially the Hallowed Lord, he was the #1 expert in the hallowed grounds. So, all races had to obey the orders of the Hallowed Halls. The Hallowed Halls was the strongest power in the entire hallowed grounds. But Nether Maiden said that it couldn't control and manage Nameless City, so it made Yan Yi feel very puzzled and curious. Nether Maiden fell silent for a short while before she spoke again. This city has another name, the City of Sin. When she spoke up to this point, she stopped moving, turning around, gazed at Yan Yi, and spoke in a very serious tone. I wasn't afraid that you would offend a power like the Endless Alliance when I told you not to cause trouble. I was afraid that you would offend someone or some power that you can't afford to offend. She fell silent once she spoke up to this point. Yan Yi laughed bitterly and said, Hey, don't stop halfway. Beating around the bush is a bad habit. There are many people here who aren't from Profounder Continent. They are from the Outer Heavens, said Nether Maiden solemnly. The Outer Heavens. Yan Yi's expression changed, and he said, How could that be possible? The people from the Outer Heavens can come to our world with ease. She replied, Of course. But the precondition is that they aren't at the Saint Realm. Why would they come here? Asked Yan Yi. They didn't come here because they wanted to. Most of them were exiled here or were forced to come here by their enemies. In short, regardless of the reason, they're bound to suffer a miserable fate. She continued, The Defiant Profounders are confined here, and those fellows above us intend to use this world to bury the Defiant Profounders. On the other hand, they are here to be buried alongside the Defiant Profounders. It isn't just them, all the myriad of living beings on this world will suffer the same fate. Yan Yi spoke abruptly. All of you are willing to be buried with them? That was the biggest question in his heart. Because while the Defiant Profounders would perish once the world collapsed, how could the members of the hallowed grounds survive? There's a way to survive, she said. If the Defiant Profounders are killed before the world collapses, then a small number of people will be able to live. But the Defiant Profounders can't be killed, said Yan Yi in a low voice. She replied, In the past, that was indeed the case. But it isn't the same now. The undying bodies of the Defiant Profounders will cease to exist in some time from now. At that time, they just have to be annihilated, and then the heaven path would be opened and some would be allowed to leave this world. Yan Yi asked, Who are these some people that you speak of? she replied. Existences at the 9th rank of the monarch realm and above. In other words, even if the defiant profounders are killed, those below the 9th rank of the monarch realm will still have to die, said Yang Yi. She replied. That's the only way, or everyone will die. Yang Yi fell silent. Now, he finally understood why the members of the hallowed grounds were killing the defiant profounders with all their might. It was because they would die if they couldn't kill the defiant profounders. She explained. Nameless City is filled with many who are from the outer heavens. Even though they aren't at the Saint Realm, most of their strengths are extremely terrifying. At the very least, it's extremely terrifying in this world of ours. Of course, if the hallowed grounds united and paid a heavy price, then it would still be possible to annihilate them. However, it isn't necessary. Because all of us will only be able to live if we killed the defiant profounders. So, we refrain from attacking each other. Yang Yi nodded. Now, had gained a slight understanding of Yin Yin's background. What I just spoke about is top secret information in the hallowed grounds. She suddenly gazed at him and said, Do you know why I told you all of this? He shook his head in response. Indeed, if news of this were to spread, then there would be no need to wait for the defiant profounders to emerge, because the hallowed grounds would fall into chaos on its own. She looked him in the eyes and said, Because I hope that you'll stand on our side. Only by making you stand on our side would all of us have a chance at survival. As soon as she finished speaking, Nether Maiden's figure flashed and vanished before him. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot. A long time passed before he shook his head, and then he turned around and walked into his room. At this moment, there was an old man standing within the room. The old man was none other than Man Yuan from the Man clan. Young man, I've been waiting for you. Man Yuan waved his right hand, and then 4 black flags shot into the corners of the room. In an instant, a multicolored barrier of light appeared within the room. This is a precious treasure of my Man clan, and it's at the saint rank as well. No one outside this barrier will be able to notice anything even if the heavens and the earth collapse here. Even if someone in the outside world notices it, even Nether Maiden would find it absolutely impossible to break through in a short period of time. So, young man, you're dead. Man Yuan laughed savagely. It isolates us from the outside world? Awesome. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then lunar reverie appeared in his grasp. Chapter 749. Man Yuan had started following their group since the moment they left the ancient city of Hallows, but he didn't act impatiently because Nether Maiden was there. He hadn't acted within Nameless City just now because there were too many people watching, and Nether Maiden would definitely be alarmed if he couldn't finish Yang Yi with one blow. So, he had no choice but to wait bitterly for an opportunity. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for long. Young man, do you know what these flags are? He felt that victory was within his grasps, so he wasn't impatient to act, and he started explaining instead. These are barrier flags. So long as there are sufficient extreme-grade energy stones to power them, then not to mention an ordinary half-saint, it could even trap a mid-grade half-saint. So, it's impossible for you to escape today. A mid-grade half-saint? Yang Yi, who was about to attack, instantly stopped himself, and then he frowned as he asked. Half-saints are divided into grades? At this moment, Man Yuan was clearly in a good mood, so he explained. They weren't. But there are no saints on Profounder Continent, while half-saints are the strongest, and there are differences in strength between half-saints. So, our ancestors divided themselves into 3 grades. The initial grade, mid-grade, and high grade. What grade is the Patriarch of the Fire Spirit race at? Asked Yang Yi. The Fire Spirit race's Patriarch can barely be considered a mid-grade half-saint, said Man Yuan. He's barely a mid-grade half-saint. Yang Yi frowned slightly. If the Patriarch of the Fire Spirit race is only barely a mid-grade half-saint, then Elder Mu and Lu Yen can only be considered to be mid-grade half-saints. If there's a difference between them, then it's because Elder Mu and Lu Yen are true mid-grade half-saints, and not barely able to be considered as being at such a grade. But it's very likely that high-grade half-saints exist in the hallowed grounds, All right, are you going to take your own life, or should I do it for you? Man Yuan spoke abruptly. Don't bother trying to beg for your life because you have to die no matter what. Not only do you have to die, they'll even be hanging your corpse outside the ancient city of Hallows once I've finished studying the secrets of your body. Only then will I be able to show the world what the consequences of insulting my man clan are. Yang Yi suddenly said. Are you really sure that it's impossible for the outside world to know about anything that occurs here? Man Yuan laughed coldly and said, You can forget about seeking help from Nether Maiden. So long as they are provided with sufficient energy stones, then these barrier flags can even trap mid-grade half-saints, let alone a tiny monarch realm profounder. Great! Yang Yi nodded, and then the stone of suppression appeared in his grasp. An invisible force instantly appeared in the room, and then Man Yuan was instantaneously suppressed to the 9th rank of the monarch realm. At the same time, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side. The black-robed old man was Guardian Lin from the Fire Spirit race, and he was the only half-saint sword servant which Yang Yi possessed right now. This sudden change of events utterly stunned Man Yuan. After all, his cultivation had suddenly dropped to the monarch realm, while another half-saint had suddenly appeared in the room. Moreover, the aura of that half-saint even surpassed his own. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Man Yuan seemed to have lost his soul as he gazed at Yang Yi. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily. You're Yang Yi! You're that Yang Yi who annihilated the Fire Spirit race! You! Man Yuan intended to remove the barrier while he spoke as he was prepared to flee. What sort of existence was Yang Yi? He was one who had killed numerous elders of the hallowed halls and even destroyed the Fire Spirit race. Even though Yang Yi was only at the monarch realm, Man Yuan was very clearly aware that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Yang Yi on his own. It was even to the extent that his life was in danger. Especially because there was another half-saint here, and he was only at the monarch realm now. So, had decisively chosen to retreat. Because Yang Yi would definitely die if he could escape. Unfortunately, it was still too late. First, the half-saint sword servant utilized its aura to forcefully restrain him on the spot, causing his speed to become extremely slow. After that, a ray of light that was swift to the limit flashed by. It was swift to the point it was practically impossible to see, and if a hole hadn't been pierced open on Man Yuan's stomach, then one might even think that the ray of light hadn't even existed. Even though such speed could pose a threat to him while he was at the half-saint realm, it wasn't sufficient to kill him. However, his cultivation had been suppressed, and Yang Yi was even assisted by a half-saint. So, Man Yuan wasn't able to counterattack at all. Man Yuan was dead. Had died from a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi walked over to Man Yuan, waved his right hand, and then placed Man Yuan's corpse within the primordial pagoda. Even though the sword spirit wasn't able to refine sword servants for him right now, he could because she'd given him the method before she fell into deep sleep. Another half-saint sword servant. Master, I feel that I'm on the verge of advancing in my cultivation. Meanwhile, Guardian Lin spoke abruptly. Advancing? Yang Yi was slightly stunned and said, Are you sure? Guardian Lin said, To tell Master the truth, I was at the peak of the initial grade of the half-saint realm. But I wasn't able to obtain any fortuitous encounters throughout these years and have been stuck at the initial grade. However, there's abundant energy within Master's pagoda, and I even sense that the spirit energy there is slightly unusual. In any case, I really yearn to obtain even more of that type of spirit energy. I've been ceaselessly absorbing it and cultivating lately, and then I noticed that I was on the verge of advancement. It's because of the primordial violet energy. When he heard Guardian Lin, Yang Yi instantly realized that while there was a pitiably tiny amount of true primordial violet energy within the primordial pagoda, the spirit energy within the pagoda wasn't something that the spirit energy of the outside world could compare to. Moreover, while there wasn't much true primordial violet energy in there, there was still some. So long as Guardian Lin absorbed just a little bit, then even that tiny bit would be a huge fortune to him. Guardian Lin's advancement was a good thing to Yang Yi, a very good thing. So long as Guardian Lin broke through and became a mid-grade half-saint, then Guardian Lin would still have a chance even in battle with half-saints like the Patriarch of the Fire Spirit race. Moreover, if he had a mid-grade half-saint sword servant, then his chances of succeeding at rescuing the sword spirit would definitely grow much greater. In short, there would be numerous benefits from Guardian Lin's advancement into the mid-grade of the half-saint realm. How long will it take? Asked Yang Yi. He replied, It might take more than 10 days, or it might happen tomorrow. I can't say for sure. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, It's fine, I won't make you leave the pagoda for some time. Just rest at ease and complete your advancement. Yes. Guardian Lin bowed slightly to Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi waved his hand and instantly sent Guardian Lin into the primordial pagoda. After that, he looked at the barrier around him, and then he hesitated for a moment before he waved his sword lightly. A strand of sword energy shot forward and blasted against the barrier. Not a single sound resounded from the collision, and the barrier merely trembled slightly. Yang Yi was delighted when he witnessed this scene and said, Not bad. Not bad. Man Yuan wasn't exaggerating. It really is a precious treasure. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 4 black flags instantly flew into his grasp. He studied them for a while and discovered how to utilize them. They were just like the Herculean armor, and they needed his blood essence as well. Once he dropped his blood essence onto them, a connection was immediately formed between him and the flags. Energy stones were required to activate the barrier, and the barriers created by the flags were separated into varying grades. There was the Heaven grade, Earth grade, and Profound grade. The barrier Man Yuan created earlier was the lowest grade barrier, the Profound grade. So, it exhausted a comparatively smaller amount of energy stones. It needed around 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones to be created. However, that was extremely terrifying to Yang Yi. Because those 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones were only capable of creating the barrier, and maintaining it required a huge amount of energy stones. For example, just less than 100 breaths of time had passed earlier, but Man Yuan had exhausted at least 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Of course, it was quite a small amount when compared to the Earth grade and Heaven grade. Just creating an Earth grade barrier required 5,000 extreme grade energy stones, and then it consumed 100 every second. As for the Heaven grade, it was even more terrifying. It required 20,000 extreme grade energy stones to be activated, and it consumed around 1,000 every second. 10 seconds was 10,000. 100 seconds consumed 100,000. Yang Yi had decided that unless he had no other choice, he would absolutely not set up a heaven-grade barrier because he truly couldn't afford to do so. Yang Yi put the flags away, and then looked through the contents of Man Yuan's spatial ring. He gained quite abundant gains from it. There were a few Dao rank weapons and techniques. Even though he had no use of most of them, they would fetch a good price if sold. Besides that, there were around 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones within the spatial ring, and that was definitely the most important resource to Yang Yi. After all, had just lost 5,000 a while ago. Yang Yi's heart still hurt when he thought about those 5,000 energy stones. Fortunately, had indirectly regained them. In the past, he had a few tens of thousands of extreme-grade energy stones, and he felt that it would be sufficient for him to use throughout his lifetime. But once he arrived at the hallowed grounds, Yang Yi realized that it was only a dream. Presently, he had around 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones and 7 1,000-year-old fire crystals. But he was very clearly aware that it wasn't enough. The slightest mishap might cause him to lose all of them. So, the important matter at hand for him wasn't just to earn points but to earn money as well. Yang Yi refined Man Yuan throughout the night. It was quite new to him in the beginning, and had almost destroyed Man Yuan's corpse. Fortunately, he slowly gained a grasp of the technique, so he gained a completely new sword servant at the half-saint realm. Early in the morning on the next day, Nether Maiden arrived before Yang Yi's room. I have it. We can set out now. Yang Yi emerged from behind the door and said, Let's go, she asked. Was everything all right last night? Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he shook his head. It was fine. I slept until dawn. She gazed at him for a while before she nodded. Let's go. As soon as they walked out of the tower, Yang Yi saw Qing Ming and Wang Yan, and both of them nodded lightly to him before withdrawing their gazes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's expression changed because a young girl was standing not too far away from them. That young girl was exactly Yinine. Yinine saw Yang Yi emerge from the tower, and a faint smile instantly appeared on her face. She said, Big brother, you're here as well. Yang Yi revealed an unsightly smile as he said, What a coincidence. Wang Yan, Qing Ming, and Nether Maiden shot bewildered gazes at him when they heard him speak. Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he noticed their gazes and said, Don't tell me that all of you can't see her as well. Wang Yan and Qing Ming's brows knit together even more tightly while the bewilderment in their eyes grew deeper. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he gazed at Nether Maiden. What about you? You can't see her as well? Nether Maiden looked along the direction of Yang Yi's gaze. A short while passed before she said, Are you sure that someone is there? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 750. This time, Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He could accept that half-saints weren't able to see her because he had killed many half-saints himself. So, they weren't that mighty in his opinion. But it was quite terrifying that even Nether Maiden couldn't. Let's go! Nether Maiden shot towards the distance once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and Qing Ming glanced at Yang Yi before they left. Once Nether Maiden and the others left, Yinine suddenly said, Big brother, that big sister was lying. She was lying? Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Yinine grinned and said, She could see Yinine. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. So she could see Yinine, then why did she act like she couldn't? Meanwhile, Yinine continued, Big brother, you have to be careful while you're by her side. Why? Asked Yang Yi. She isn't alive, Yinine said. There's no vitality in her, nor does she possess the aura of a human. Moreover, her lifespan should have been exhausted a very long time ago. Then why is she still alive? Asked Yang Yi. Yinine grinned and said, Reversal of yin and yang. Reversal of yin and yang? Yang Yi frowned. Yinine walked over to Yang Yi and said, Big brother, do you know that besides people Yinine allows to see Yinine, there are only two other types of people who can see Yinine? The first are those very formidable people, and the second are those who aren't alive. That big sister from before was part of the latter. Big brother, do you know which type you are? Didn't you allow me to see you? Yang Yi was puzzled. She shook her head in response. It was me in the beginning because I was hungry. But I didn't allow you to see me just now. But you were still able to see me. A drop of cold sweat emerged from Yang Yi's forehead when he heard this, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva before he said, Don't tell me that I'm not alive as well. Yinine said, You're definitely alive. Because you have the aura of a human and vitality. But you're clearly very weak, so why can you see me? It's so strange. Very weak. Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment and asked, How strong are you? It was something he really wanted to find out. Very. How much is very? She blinked and said, I can eat up everyone in this city. Yang Yi was speechless. Yinine grinned, and then she walked over to the Tower of Buddha. She turned around to look at Yang Yi when she arrived at its entrance, and she said, Big brother, you can come play with me in the future, and it'll be even better if you bring more food for me. She turned around and walked into the tower. Yang Yi stared blankly for a long time on the spot. At this moment, his mind was in slight chaos. So Nether Maiden isn't alive? Then what is she? A soul? What's that reversal of yin and yang that she spoke about? Why was I able to see Yinine? Yang Yi couldn't wrap his head around it no matter how he racked his brains, and Yinine clearly had no intention to tell him the answer. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he vanished on the spot. After he left Nameless City, Yang Yi saw Nether Maiden, but Wang Yan and Qing Ming weren't with her. "They've gone ahead," said Nether Maiden. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Let's go." She suddenly said, "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You would tell me if you were willing to. Otherwise, it's pointless for me to ask." She suddenly said, "Don't come into contact with her in the future." "Why?" asked Yang Yi. She fell silent for a short while before she said, "She's very dangerous. If she wanted to kill you, then you wouldn't be able to resist at all with the strength you possess right now." Yang Yi gazed at Nether Maiden as he asked, "Is that the true reason?" Nether Maiden remained silent for a long time before she spoke. "I presume you've figured out her origins." "Yes, she's from the outer heavens. I can only say that most of the people from the outer heavens are pitiable people, and it's exactly because they are pitiable that they are terrifying. Because most of their minds have warped. Their moods change erratically, and they are extremely strong. So, you might die at any moment while in contact with such people." Yang Yi fell silent for a while before he said, "Thank you for the warning. They'll keep it in mind. Let's go." She glanced at him, and then didn't speak another word. She just flew into the air and Yang Yi followed behind her. 2 hours later, their group of 4 finally arrived at the Netherworld Ocean. As he stood at the shore side and gazed at the ocean, Yang Yi couldn't help but frown. The ocean was simply boundless. There was no wind or waves to be seen, and it was like a pool of deathly still water. Most importantly, the ocean water was dark blue. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden flicked with her finger, and a ray of white light flashed. After that, 2 golden talismans appeared before each of them. She said, "One of them is a 5-element divine talisman, and it's capable of improving your strength, speed, and defenses by 5 times for 2 hours. It won't be a problem for each of you to keep 3 half-saints busy during those 2 hours, right?" "No problem." Wang Yan was the first to speak. "No." Qing Ming spoke right after. Yang Yi gazed at the golden talisman in his hand, and then he shook his head. If he only had to keep 3 half-saints busy and not kill them while his strength, speed, and defense were increased by 5 times, then it wasn't a huge problem at all. Nether Maiden nodded and said, "The other talisman is a substitute talisman, and it allows you to summon a substitute puppet to take your place at a dangerous moment. It's able to absorb 50% of the damage you suffer. So, I presume that unless you encounter one of the supreme experts of this world, any other expert wouldn't be able to kill any of you with a single strike while you have it in your possession. Of course, it can only be used once." All of them were visibly moved. What did its ability to absorb 50% of the damage they received mean? It meant exactly what Nether Maiden had said. Unless they encountered a supreme expert of this world, there was absolutely no one who could kill them with a single attack. On the other hand, in Yang Yi's opinion, even a supreme expert might not be able to kill him with a single attack, because his physical defenses were already heaven-defying. Nether Maiden continued, "Our mission this time can be said to be very simple, yet it can also be said to be extremely difficult. Because we'll be considered to have completed our mission if we're able to figure out the origins of those stone coffins, or take them back with us. However, I presume all of you should be clearly aware that it definitely won't go smoothly. You wouldn't have asked us to come with you if it was simple." Wang Yan said, "Your Highness, enormous benefits are naturally accompanied by enormous danger. We understand that." Swish! 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 Suddenly 4 figures whistled through the air, and then 3 men and a woman appeared before Yang Yi's group. The man who led the group was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi and the others, and his gaze swept past them before finally descending onto Nether Maiden. He said, "You're Nether Maiden from the Hallowed Halls, right?" Nether Maiden nodded lightly. "So you are that Nether Maiden who's ranked at the 1st position on the Hallowed rankings." The robust man who stood at the side of the man who led the group suddenly laughed coldly. "They say that you're the number 1 genius in the Hallowed Grounds. I, Manly, am very doubtful of that. Why don't we have a spar?" Nether Maiden frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Wang Yan said, "The man in the lead is from the dragon race, and his name is Long Xian. He's the #1 genius of the dragon race and has once eaten a human half-saint. That fellow on his left is Manly from the Man clan, and he has killed a human half-saint on his own as well. The man on Long Xian's right is Lei Huan from the Lei clan, and he has killed a half-saint on his own as well. As for that woman, I've never seen her before." Yan Ye's heart shook when he heard Wang Yan. At this moment, he realized that the monstrous geniuses of the hallowed grounds were much more numerous than had imagined, and they were much stronger as well. It wasn't just their geniuses, even the true strength of the entire hallowed grounds was much more formidable than had imagined. Had originally thought that he had a very good chance at rescuing the sword spirit's main body, but now he realized that even if he could head to the pagoda of confinement, his current strength was probably utterly insufficient. Perhaps he might even lose his life there. "I'm still not strong enough." Of course, the matter of rescuing the sword precursor could allow no delay as well. At this moment, Yan Yi had decided that once he was done here and obtained the points from the mission, he would make his sword servant, Guardian Lin, become a mid-grade half-saint no matter the cost, and then immediately head to the pagoda of confinement. Yan Yi became quite impatient when he thought about earning points, and he gazed at Nether Maiden and said, "Should we head down?" So long as they completed the mission, they would be able to obtain 100,000 points at least, and that would be sufficient for him to head to the pagoda of confinement. Nether Maiden clearly had no interest in Long Xian's group, so she immediately nodded and said, "Let's go! Stop right there!" Right when they intended to head down into the ocean, Manly suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Are you going to be that rude?" Yan Yi was quite speechless when he heard this and said, "Hey, are you looking for trouble?" Manly laughed coldly and said, "You can think of it like that if you want." Yan Yi was quite stunned. Had clearly not expected these fellows to look for trouble with them. Meanwhile, Wang Yan suddenly said, "The other races are quite hostile to us humans. So, if we humans encountered the members of the other races, then it would mostly cause some conflict to arise. That's racism." Yan Yi finally came to an understanding. He didn't speak further, and just gazed at Nether Maiden. In any case, she was leading the group. Nether Maiden clearly didn't want to waste time, so she disregarded Manly's group, turned around, and walked towards the ocean. Yan Yi and the others naturally followed behind her. "As expected, humans are cowards!" Meanwhile, Manly suddenly laughed with ridicule. Long Xian, who stood by Manly's side, remained silent, and there was only a mocking smile on his face. Nether Maiden still didn't stop. The smile of ridicule on the corners of Manly's mouth grew wider when he witnessed this, and he said, "So the human race is filled with such cowards. I've already said so much, yet all of you are actually not angry. Were all of you brought up by weak and lowly dogs?" This time, Nether Maiden and the others stopped simultaneously. Excitement appeared on Manly's face when he saw this scene, and he said, "You're angry? Good. Come on. Let's have some fun. All of you can't afford to do so." Nether Maiden finally spoke. 1. Well, apparently the Man clan is not human since they have a special physique as noted in an earlier chapter. Chapter 751. Are you that confident? Long Xian chuckled. Regardless of whether it's those old geezers of my race or the others from the outside world, everyone says that you're a peerless genius of the hallowed grounds, and you're the strongest amongst the current younger generation. I'm extremely doubtful of that, and am not convinced of your ability at all. Unfortunately, while I've headed to the hallowed halls to challenge you, you've never responded to my challenge. Now that I've had the fortune to encounter you here today, let's have a spar. Let me see if you really deserve your reputation as the #1 genius of the hallowed grounds. All of you choose one from the others. Don't hold back. Well, include burials if they die." Nether Maiden's figure was already charging towards Long Xian once she finished speaking, and then rumbling explosions resounded. The formidable force of their collisions caused the water of the ocean to surge and roil. "That woman is mine! Qing Ming charged off once she finished speaking. Who do you want? Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Wan Yen. Wan Yen pondered deeply for a moment and said, You're a body refiner, and Man Li is a strength-type fighter. So, I'll choose the fellow from the Lei clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly arrived in front of Lei Huan, and a battle instantly erupted between them. Yang Yi shrugged, and then he gazed at Man Li and said, Don't waste your breath. Come on. There was no arrogance or haughtiness on Man Li's face now, and had become extremely serious. Moreover, he didn't try to ridicule and mock Yang Yi as well. This caused Yang Yi to be quite surprised. Had thought that Man Li was a rash idiot, but now it would seem like Man Li was much more composed than had imagined. Bang! Man Li stomped his right foot on the ground, and the formidable force he exerted caused the ground to instantly split apart. Meanwhile, his figure instantly arrived before Yang Yi. At the same time, his right fist smashed forward towards Yang Yi's head, and the powerful force it carried caused huge torrents of water to erupt from the ocean behind Yang Yi. Right when Man Li's fist was only a few dozen centimeters away from Yang Yi flipped his ripped palm, and the ice shield appeared in his grasp before he held it up. Bang! Man Li's fist smashed against the ice shield. Just as Yang Yi expected, a muffled bang resounded before Man Li was blasted flying, and he was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi stretched his slightly numb right arm, and then he said, Your strength isn't bad. It's much greater than Man Shi. Even though the ice shield had reflected the force of Man Li's punch, Man Li's strength was too great, so Yang Yi had been shaken by the aftershock. Of course, such a little bit of force was nothing to him. Bang! Meanwhile, Man Li appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. He had a savage expression on his face while his right arm was shivering. Obviously, had been injured by his own strength. You're young man? Man Li spoke abruptly. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and he spoke with surprise. You know me? So Man Shi died at your hands? Said Man Li. Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Man Li's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent surged within them. He was my cousin. You killed my cousin. I intended to head to the ancient city of Halos to look for you once I was done here, but I never expected that I would encounter you here. Looks like it's a chance the heavens is giving me to avenge my cousin brother. It's pointless even if he was your father. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Besides that, how do you know the heavens' plan isn't to send you down to accompany him? Then let's see what the heavens' intentions are. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had shot forward explosively. But it wasn't long before he stopped and retreated because the ice shield was in Yang Yi's grasp. Man Li's face turned gloomy as he gazed at the ice shield. Because unless his strength far surpassed the limits of the ice shield's reflective ability, then he would mostly have his strength reflected to the point he killed himself. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, What? You don't dare to attack me? Yes, you do have a treasure, but do you think I don't? Man Li flipped his palm, and an enormous dark gold hammer appeared in his grasp. The hammer was huge, and it was even longer than Man Li's height and larger than his figure as well. Moreover, the hammer was densely covered in spikes. Every single spike was over a dozen centimeters long, and it made the iron hammer seem exceptionally terrifying. Watch out! That's the Herculean hammer! Nether Maiden's voice suddenly resounded. The Herculean hammer? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Had experienced how terrifying the Herculean armor was. So, since the Herculean hammer was strong to the point Nether Maiden warned him about it, then it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. That hammer of yours is mine! Yang Yi chuckled as he put the ice shield away because he didn't want the ice shield to be smashed apart. In the end, the ice shield was only at the Dao rank while the hammer was at the Saint rank. So, even if the ice shield had that ice spirit as its equipment spirit, it was probably unable to resist the terrifying might of that hammer. You want it? Man Li laughed ferociously and said, All right, then I'll give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Man Li's figure flashed into the sky above Yang Yi, and then he held the hammer with both hands as he smashed it down towards Yang Yi. The formidable force that the hammer carried caused the ground around Yang Yi to instantly collapse, and everything around Yang Yi was instantly transformed into powder. However, Yang Yi didn't try to put up a defense against it. His figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance. Only an instant passed before he vanished from Manli's field of vision. "You're fleeing? Where can you go?" Manli's figure flashed in pursuit of Yang Yi. Nether Maiden, who was fighting Xian Long in the distance, noticed this scene, and her beautiful brows knit together slightly. She suddenly pushed her palm forward, and a formidable wave of force surged out and blasted back the enormous dragon that stood before her. At the same time, she crossed her palms and waved them simultaneously. A faint ripple undulated, and then both horns on the enormous dragon's head were chopped off. Roar! The enormous dragon roared furiously, and its roar carried both rage and terror. "If you don't want Manly to die here, then quickly go save him," said Nether Maiden. "From that fellow?" The enormous dragon revealed disdain in his eyes as he said, "Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to kill Manly while he holds the Herculean hammer in his grasp. Nether Maiden, let's continue. They'll cripple you if you attack again." Nether Maiden spoke abruptly. "I've only not killed or crippled you because the Defiant Profounders are about to emerge from the seal, and all of you'll be part of the main forces of our hallowed grounds. It's not because I can't kill you or cripple you, understand? Nether Maiden, you're too merciful." Suddenly Yan Yi's voice resounded. Nether Maiden's eyelids twitched slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. On the other hand, the others stopped fighting as well, and their gazes converged onto Yang Yi. "Where's Manly?" Long Xian returned to his human form and stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "Isn't that obvious?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "We both left, and only I returned. So he's dead, of course." Manly was dead, of course. Because Yang Yi naturally stopped hiding his strength once he left Nether Maiden and the others, and he utilized the Stone of Suppression and his sword servant, Man Yuan. Coupled with the strength Yang Yi possessed, Manly was practically unable to fight back before he was instantly annihilated. On the other hand, the Herculean hammer had fallen into Yang Yi's possession. It wasn't just the Herculean hammer. Yang Yi had even obtained around 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones and over a dozen Dao rank treasures. "I refuse to believe that." Long Xian spoke in a low voice. "You can wait if you don't believe me. See if he comes back." Yang Yi walked over to Nether Maiden and said, "Now, it's 4 against 3. If you're willing to do it, then we're absolutely capable of annihilating them all. All of them possess extraordinary backgrounds, so they definitely possess a huge amount of treasure. Nether Maiden, let's kill them and share their possessions." The corners of Nether Maiden's mouth twitched slightly. She opened her eyes and glanced at Yang Yi before she said, "While he did commit a mistake, he didn't deserve death. So long as he advanced into the half-saint realm, he would definitely be able to kill many Defiant Profounders in the future. Yet you..." Yang Yi puckered his lips and said, "You told us not to hold back, and that we will include burials if they die." She fell silent for a short while before she said, "I shouldn't have said that. Unfortunately, it's too late." Yang Yi shrugged. Meanwhile, Long Xian spoke abruptly. "No matter who you are, the Man clan will definitely kill you." Yang Yi laughed with ridicule as he turned to look at Long Xian's group. He said, "What? You're being sore losers now? You intend to bring out your backing? Since you can't accept defeat, then why act so arrogantly just now? Huh? Why were all of you being so arrogant? You can't accept defeat yet wanted to fight us, then became sore losers once you lost. TSK, TSK. Trash like you calls himself a member of the dragon race? The dragon race should have been annihilated if it's filled with trash like you. How dare you?" Long Xian was furious, and a strand of terrifying dragon pressure instantly enveloped Yang Yi. However, everyone noticed to their surprise that the pressure didn't affect Yang Yi at all. What a joke! Yang Yi had the blood essence of the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor wasn't just the ancestor of the dragons on Profounder Continent, he was even the ancestor of the dragons in the hallowed grounds. So, Long Xian was clearly courting death by trying to use his dragon pressure against Yang Yi. Because no dragon in this world could affect Yang Yi with their dragon pressure. Moreover, unless the dragons in this world attained the Saint Realm, otherwise, all of them would be suppressed by the bloodline Yang Yi possessed. How could this be possible? Long Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, even Nether Maiden was slightly affected by his dragon pressure, but this fellow who stood before him wasn't affected at all. Yang Yi gazed at Nether Maiden and said, "If you don't want to kill them, then I'll do it. Allow me instead." Suddenly, a voice resounded, and the expressions of everyone including Yang Yi changed drastically. Because that voice came from beneath the ocean. "We're in danger." Nether Maiden revealed a rare trace of seriousness on her face. Bang! Right at this moment, the ground they stood on suddenly collapsed, and then countless torrents of water surged out from the ocean and swept all of them into the Netherworld Ocean. Chapter 752. The sudden turn of events took everyone here by surprise. Of course, they weren't ordinary figures, so they used all their ability to counterattack in a frenzy when they were swept down into the ocean. Right when they were about to struggle free, a huge suction force suddenly arose from the bottom of the ocean, and it instantly sucked them deep into the ocean. After they sank down to the bottom, the surface of the ocean returned to calm once more. An unknown period of time passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the scene before him clearly. At this moment, there was a black circle beneath his feet, and it emanated strands of black threads that coiled around him. It completely wrapped him up like a dumpling. Of course, most importantly, he sensed that his profound energy was completely deathly still, and he couldn't circulate it at all. Nether Maiden and the others were around him, and just like him, there were black circles beneath their feet as well. "You're awake?" Nether Maiden spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that only Nether Maiden was awake. As for the others, their eyes were closed tightly, and they seemed like they were sleeping. "It's fine, they'll wake up in a while," said Nether Maiden. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, they were still at the bottom of the ocean. However, for some unknown reason, the seawater around them wasn't able to approach this area. So, this area of around 3 kilometers was like a pocket of space that was completely free of any water. "Look over there!" Nether Maiden spoke abruptly. Yang Yi looked along her gaze and noticed 9 stone coffins not too far away. The stone coffins were bound by iron chains that were thick like pillars, and the chains were even covered in all sorts of strange talismans. Moreover, a black-robed man who held a huge saber was standing before every one of those coffins. "Isn't this place able to suppress the cultivation of others? Why are those black-robed puppets still at the half-saint realm?" asked Yang Yi. "They aren't alive anymore," said Nether Maiden. "Both of you woke up quite quickly." Yang Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded. Yang Yi and Nether Maiden's expressions changed, and they looked over towards the stone coffin on the right end because the voice had come from there. "Who are you?" asked Nether Maiden in a low voice. "I'm your ancestor." The one within the coffin spoke once more. "Ancestor?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Nether Maiden. Nether Maiden's brows knit together even more tightly as she said, "Do you think that I would believe you?" The person within the coffin said, "The first hallowed lord of the hallowed halls was Gu Tian. He had 10 war generals under his command, but those 10 war generals vanished once the hallowed grounds suppressed the defiant Profounders." "Right." Nether Maiden remained silent for a short while before she said, "What were their names?" "Hee. Little girl, you still refuse to believe me. It's fine, I'll tell you the answer. Many were utterly unaware of their names because only their titles were known to the outside world, and am the 9th War General. My surname was Li. If nothing unexpected has happened, then there should be a Li clan in the hallowed grounds, right?" The voice slowly drifted out of the coffin. "There is," said Nether Maiden. The person within the coffin chuckled. "You believe me now, right?" Nether Maiden shook her head and said, I have a few doubts. Firstly, since you're a senior of my hallowed grounds, then why did you kill the profounders of my hallowed grounds? Secondly, even a formidable existence like the saints of the ancient times weren't able to live for 100,000 years. Even though all of you were saints all those years ago, it's impossible for all of you to have survived for 100,000 years. Besides a few natural treasures, only defiant profounders are capable of living for 100,000 years. The person within the coffin fell silent. Nether Maiden continued, I've seen the symbols and talismans on these stone coffins. Do you know where? On the pagoda of confinement. So, you aren't a senior of my hallowed grounds but a defiant profounder, right? If we're defiant profounders, then how could I possibly be aware of the matters within the hallowed grounds? Said the person within the coffin. Nether Maiden replied, That's exactly what I'm wondering. Meanwhile, the person within the coffin suddenly said, All of you are awake, right? Yan Yi turned around and saw that the others had woken up. I was surprised by the people who came this time. Because every single one of you is very strong. You're much stronger than those pieces of trash from before. So, all of you aren't dead. Now, it'll give all of you a chance to live. It'll return your freedom to you in a moment, and your mission is to help me sever these iron chains on this coffin. The person within the coffin continued, Of course, all of you can go back on your word. But look properly and see how many half-saint puppets there are here. All of you can give it a try if you think that you can fight 9 half-saints. As soon as the voice finished resounding through the air, the black circles beneath Yan Yi and the others immediately vanished, and then they could circulate their profound energy. These iron chains are very strong. They are much stronger than any of you can imagine. So, you must work together to sever them. Of course, all of you'll only be able to live if you sever the iron chains, said the voice. What a joke! Meanwhile, Long Xian suddenly spoke coldly. We won't have a chance to live even if we sever the iron chains, right? Swoosh! Suddenly, the 9 black-robed half-saints appeared around Yan Yi and the others, and they surrounded them. Do all of you have a choice? The voice resounded once more. Return to the hallowed halls right now! Our mission is complete! As soon as Nether Maiden finished speaking, she raised her right hand and swiftly pressed it down once more. A ray of white light suddenly swept out and blasted all of those half-saints back. At the same time, her figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Yan Yi, Wan Yan, and Qing Ming weren't any slower. They'd shot into the sky at the instant that Nether Maiden attacked, and they increased their speed to its max as they shot towards the distance. It was clearly impossible for them to take those stone coffins with them, because it was utterly impossible for them to defeat those 9 half-saints. Not to mention the mysterious person within the coffin. Trying to escape? All of you are dreaming! As soon as he spoke, a powerful suction force appeared once more, and then their speeds instantly slowed down. Moreover, they even showed signs of being pulled back. Reverse! Nether Maiden suddenly roared furiously, and then Yan Yi and the others felt the suction force transform into a propulsive force, and it pushed them over 3 kilometers away. After that, it only took them an instant to vanish from there. Reversal of yin and yang. A long time passed before a voice muttered with shock from within the depths of the ocean. As soon as they emerged from the ocean, they moved over 300 m away from the ocean before they finally stopped. How terrifying! Wan Yan was the first to speak, and he said, That suction force was truly quite terrifying. If it wasn't for Her Highness, then we would have probably been helpless even if we activated those 5-element divine talismans. The others nodded with agreement. Even Long Xian was no exception. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying Nether Maiden was. Because had almost been sucked back down just now, and it would be the same even if he returned to his true form. However, Nether Maiden had been able to escape the suction force, and even bring them out with her. This allowed him to realize that he was much more inferior to Nether Maiden. At this moment, Yan Yi was quite shocked. Because while he could escape that suction force with his true strength, he couldn't accomplish it as easily as Nether Maiden had. But she was only at the Exalt realm. Needless to say, she was the most monstrous genius Head ever encountered on the continent. The person within the stone coffin is a mid-grade half-saint at least. He isn't someone we can fight at all. So, it's impossible to take the coffins with us. However, the mission didn't insist on us bringing the coffins back. We've found out about the background of the people within the coffins. So, our mission can be considered as complete. Now, it's up to the hallowed halls to resolve. Let's return, said Nether Maiden. Thank you for just now. Meanwhile, Long Xian spoke abruptly. Nether Maiden glanced at Long Xian and said, I presume all of you came here for those 9 stone coffins as well. However, I'm sure you've realized that it's impossible to take those coffins with the strength all of you possess. So, just go back. Long Xian said, I naturally won't try to take those coffins again. However, he gazed at Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point. He killed manly. I can't just let that matter go. Fuck off right now if you don't want to die. Otherwise, you can dream of living once I've left. Nether Maiden suddenly spoke coldly. Long Xian's expression was quite unsightly. But he didn't dare talk back to Nether Maiden because she was clearly angry. So, he took a deep breath, and then he stared fixedly at Yang Yi and said, They'll give Her Highness face this time. His figure flashed and vanished with the other 2 from his group. Nether Maiden said once Long Xian's group left, Let's go. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke abruptly. I have something to do. All of you can go on ahead. Nether Maiden turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. A short while passed before she said, Can you not spare them? Wang Yan and Qi Ming were extremely shocked because based on what Nether Maiden had just said, this fellow before them, young man, seemed to be absolutely able to kill Long Xian's group of 3. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, I'm not interested in them. I really have some affairs to attend to. I'll return to the hallowed halls once I'm done. Nether Maiden glanced at him and said, I trust you. I'll transfer 100,000 points to your card once we've handed in our report to the hallowed halls. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and vanished with Wang Yan and Qi Ming. After they flew for a few hundred meters, Wang Yan suddenly asked, Your Highness, who exactly is that fellow, young man? I can't kill him even if I use my full strength, said Nether Maiden. Wang Yan was at a loss for words. Once he was certain that Nether Maiden and the others had really left, Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. It wasn't long before he arrived above the netherworld ocean. Yang Yi hesitated for a long time as he gazed at the ocean, and then he leaped down into it in the end. Chapter 753. Yang Yi wasn't courting death, of course. The reason he dared to descend back into the ocean was mainly because Guardian Lin had advanced and was a mid-grade half-saint now. In other words, he had a mid-grade half-saint and an ordinary half-saint by his side. Of course, he didn't come here to play. Had come because he wanted those puppets. He had Guardian Lin and the Stone of Suppression, so those 9 puppets weren't very terrifying to him, even if that mysterious person within the stone coffin was there as well. After all, escaping wouldn't be a problem for him even if he wasn't a match for them. It was definitely dangerous, but Head decided to give it a try because he didn't want to give up on obtaining those puppets. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived before the 9 stone coffins. You've really surprised me. Yang Yi had just arrived here when a voice resounded from within that stone coffin. Let's make a deal, said Yang Yi. Suddenly, those 9 puppets appeared around Yang Yi, and they surrounded him. Let me see if you're qualified to make a deal with me. A voice gradually floated out from within the stone coffin. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then Guardian Lin appeared by his side. He said, Am I qualified now? A mid-grade half-saint puppet. The voice within the stone coffin carried a trace of shock. You want to escape the coffin, and I want these half-saint puppets. Give them to me and I'll order this half-saint puppet by my side to sever the iron chains on that stone coffin. It's a very simple deal. What do you think? Asked Yang Yi. 9 is too many. I'll give you 2 at most, said the voice within the stone coffin. Yan Yi laughed coldly. He didn't say a single word before turning around and walking away. 5, that's the most that'll give you. The voice resounded once more. Yan Yi didn't stop and just continued walking as he spoke. Are those puppets more important, or is your freedom more important? Think about it yourself. Right, those fellows have gone back to the hallowed halls. If I'm not wrong, then it won't be long before the top experts of the hallowed halls arrive. At that time, even your survival will be a problem. You win, said the voice within the coffin. Yan Yi stopped moving while a smile arose onto the corners of his mouth. His figure flashed over to those half-saint puppets and said, Make them lower their defenses. However, those puppets flashed backwards to the stone coffin while the voice within the stone coffin resounded. Kid, I'm not that stupid. You can have the puppets, but help me sever these iron chains first. Otherwise, you can leave if you want. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, I understand your concerns. I have a few questions for you. Who are you? Or I should say, are you on the Defiant Profoundest side or the hallowed grounds? The person within the coffin fell silent for a while. I didn't lie to all of you just now. However, we can't be considered to be part of the hallowed halls as well. Because our bodies are that of the Defiant Profounders, but it's our souls that are within them. You took over their bodies. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly and said, All of you actually took over the bodies of Defiant Profounders. The person within the coffin said, 100,000 years ago, the Defiant Profounders appeared in this world, but they weren't that invincible. The true reason why they were formidable was their immortal bodies. They couldn't be killed, so our world was practically on the verge of being destroyed by them. Why couldn't they die? That was something that every single expert was curious about at the time, and it was something that everyone really wanted to figure out. After all, why were we cultivating? In the end, it was for the sake of immortality. He paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he continued. However, even those at the Saint Realm or above the Saint Realm would die in the end. But these Defiant Profounders seemed to be immortal. So, we secretly imprisoned over a dozen Defiant Profounders, and started to study them in secret. In the end, we still weren't able to discover anything. So, we decided to try and take over their bodies instead. You succeeded. Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. No, we failed in the beginning. The voice within the coffin continued. Because the souls of those Defiant Profounders were far more formidable than we'd imagined. Later on, we thought of a way, and it was to heavily injure their souls. That was the reason why we were able to succeed in the end. Once one succeeded and noticed that they really wouldn't die, many others couldn't restrain themselves any longer, and they started to take over the other Defiant Profounders. But in the end, he noticed that an extremely terrifying existence resided within their bodies. When he spoke up to this point, the voice actually started to tremble. That black worm! Yan Yi knew what that terrifying existence was, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he thought up to that point. They really were courting death by trying to take over the bodies of Defiant Profounders. They actually thought of and did something like that. They doomed themselves by doing that. Once that terrifying existence was noticed within us, the hallowed halls sealed all of us here. The voice within the coffin sounded slightly ferocious. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. That's how long the lifespan of those terrifying existences was. In other words, we'll only be able to emerge from the seal once those things within us die. You know how the Defiant Profounders feel now, huh? Said Yan Yi. The person within the coffin remained silent for a while before he said, If you want those puppets, then sever these chains. Yan Yi suddenly asked, Have the people within the other coffins woken up? The voice said, No. But I'll be able to awaken them right away once I'm freed. Yan Yi nodded and said, Let me take control of 5, and you can give the others to me once I've released you. That's my best offer. Otherwise, wouldn't I have helped you for nothing if you go back on your word once I free you? The person within the coffin fell silent for a short while, and then said, All right. I'll remove the connection I have with 5 of the puppets, and then you can plant your brand within them to take control of them. You don't have to go to all that trouble. Yan Yi walked over to those 5 puppets and said, Order them to relax and not resist. I'll do the rest. Yan Yi refused to believe the method of control that the voice told him about. He naturally intended to refine them into sword servants because only then could he truly be at ease. As you wish, said the voice. Yan Yi nodded. He walked over to one of the puppets, waved his hand, and instantly placed it within the primordial pagoda. The person within the stone coffin was shocked. How could that be possible? Kid, how did you accomplish that? Yan Yi didn't speak, and he just walked over to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th puppets. It wasn't long before Head placed all of them within the primordial pagoda. The person within the coffin asked once more. I've lost my connection with all of them. Kid, how exactly did you accomplish that? Yan Yi wouldn't answer the voice, of course. He sat down cross-legged and started refining them into sword servants instead. Because he couldn't just let that fellow out of the coffin right now. He had to finish refining all those puppets first. At that time, Yang Yi wouldn't need to fear the person within the coffin even if that fellow went back on his word. Kid, shouldn't you be letting me out first? Said the voice. Yang Yi replied. Senior, you're too strong. My life might be in danger if I let you out right now. So I have no other choice but to make some preparations to protect myself before letting you out. It'll take a day at most. You've waited for 100,000 years, so what's another day? The voice was solemn. One more day is naturally not a problem, but I hope you don't try to play tricks. Yang Yi smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if I don't want to free you, I don't want to give up on obtaining the other 4 puppets. Right, I'm quite curious about something. Why don't you order these half-saint puppets to break those chains? The voice said. They'll be instantly obliterated if they attack the iron chains. So that's why. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he stopped speaking and concentrated to refining the puppets into sword servants. The person within the stone coffin spoke abruptly. That method of refinement is even better than the methods possessed by the hallowed halls. Moreover, that method of yours seems to be exclusive to sword cultivators. Kid, to be honest, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Yang Yi placed the sword servant head just finished refining into the primordial pagoda and said, I don't want to become enemies with you as well. All I want are these puppets. So, I hope you'll keep your word. After all, you're a Saint Realm expert at any rate. Even though your cultivation and combat strength has declined along with the passage of time, you were still at the Saint Realm in the past. So, I'm really sincere in my intentions to complete this deal with you. The voice within the coffin resounded. I'm very sincere as well. Yang Yi smiled, and then he placed all his concentration onto the next puppet. The reason Head taken such a risk to return here was naturally because he desired to gain possession of these half-saint puppets. Now, Head gained the points he needed, and he could head to the pagoda of confinement at any time. But he was very well aware that even if he had the assistance of a mid-grade half-saint, it would still be extremely difficult for him to seize the sword precursor with the strength he possessed right now. It wasn't really realistic to think of improving his own strength right now. So, he had no other choice but to gain even more half-saint sword servants. Because only then would he have a chance at rescuing the sword spirit's main body. The person within the coffin didn't speak another word throughout the time he refined the other puppets into sword servants. But Yang Yi knew that fellow's attention was focused on him at all times. Moreover, the other 4 half-saint puppets were standing on guard around him as well. Time slowly passed by just like that. After an entire day and night of refinement, Yang Yi finally transformed those 5 puppets into sword servants. Congratulations. Meanwhile, the voice resounded once more from within the coffin. Yang Yi smiled and didn't waste his breath at all. He immediately waved his right hand, and the lunar reverie flew into Guardian Lin's grasp. The latter's figure flashed and swiftly slashed the iron chains on the coffin. Bang! An explosion resounded deep within the ocean, and then the iron chains that bound the stone coffins exploded into pieces. Bang! The stone coffin shattered apart, and then a middle-aged man with white hair and white brows appeared before Yang Yi. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. I, Xianqing, am finally free. Ha! The middle-aged man roared madly with laughter, and his laughter swept far and wide. It even caused the seawater around the pocket of space to surge. A long time passed before Yang Yi finally said, "Senior, it's time to fulfill your promise." The middle-aged man stopped laughing when he heard this, and then his gaze shot towards Yang Yi like bolts of lightning. A short while passed before he suddenly said, "I don't want to." Chapter 754. He's going back on his word. Yang Yi seemed to have expected it, and he spoke without the slightest shred of surprise. "Senior, are you sure?" The middle-aged man glanced at the mid-grade half-saint sword servant by Yang Yi's side and laughed with ridicule. "Puppets are puppets in the end. How can they compare to humans? They'll give you a chance. Hand over those puppets you took and that mid-grade half-saint puppet of yours, and it'll spare your life. Otherwise, even death would be a dream for you." "All right. Actually, I intended to kill you, but I didn't have an excuse to do so. Fortunately, I do now." Yang Yi waved his right hand, and 6 half-saints appeared around him. A wisp or ridicule appeared on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth when he saw them, and he said, "You intend to kill me with just these puppets? How laughable! You're only at the monarch." The middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly, and he revealed shock in his eyes. Because his cultivation had instantly fallen to the 9th rank of the monarch realm. "The stone of suppression! You actually have the stone of suppression!" There was some panic in his voice. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He issued a command, and then Guardian Lin shot explosively towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, the other half-saint sword servants pounced at the middle-aged man's half-saint puppets. "Stop! You can have the other 4 puppets!" Suddenly, the middle-aged man who was in fierce battle with Guardian Lin spoke anxiously. While he was a mid-grade half-saint as well, the stone of suppression had caused him to be comparable to an ordinary half-saint at most. "It's too late for that." A strand of sword intent sprayed out from Yang Yi, and it smashed down like a mountain upon the middle-aged man, causing his mobility to be instantly reduced. At the same time, a ray of light flashed. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically at the same time, and there was even horror in his eyes. He forcefully twisted his figure, but it was still a little too slow. Hiss! His left arm flew off into the air. Meanwhile, Guardian Lin's sword emanated a ray of light as it slashed down towards him. The middle-aged man was horrified. He used his remaining hand to slap forward, and a formidable energy palm shot forward explosively. It collided with Guardian Lin's attack while he turned around and shot explosively in the other direction. He was extremely swift, and it merely took him less than a breath of time to charge over 6 kilometers away. However, a ray of light suddenly charged out from below, and it was even faster than him and instantly caught up to him. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He was just about to act against it when Guardian Lin appeared before him. Guardian Lin pushed his palm forward, and a powerful torrent of water blasted the middle-aged man down to the bottom of the ocean. At the same time, the ray of light shot through the middle-aged man's chest. A short while later, the middle-aged man was lying on the ground while his body was nailed to the ground by swords. Moreover, 6 half-saints were standing on guard around him. "You're so young yet possess heaven-rank sword intent, and your own combat strength is actually so terrifying. I never imagined that such a genius would have actually appeared in the hallowed grounds." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke. Even if he was nailed to the ground, he didn't show any signs of panic and fear. Yang Yi walked over to the middle-aged man and said, "Are you fearless because you think that you can't be killed?" The middle-aged man replied, "Kid, I lost. Let me go and take those puppets." "I can still take those puppets even if I don't let you go," Yang Yi continued. "You can have your freedom, but only if you can make it worth my time. Otherwise, it'll take you back to the hallowed grounds. Hee hee. You're equivalent to a defiant profounder now." am sure you can imagine what the hallowed grounds would do to you. I've been sealed here for 100,000 years. Do you think I would have any treasures? Said the middle-aged man in a low voice. None? Then prepare to return to the hallowed halls. I presume that I'll definitely obtain a huge amount of points from taking you back with me, said Yang Yi. The middle-aged man spoke hastily. Wait. What? Asked Yang Yi. The middle-aged man pondered deeply for a short while, and then he said, You cultivate the sword, and you possess one level sword intent right now. While it's strong, it doesn't affect half-saints much. Only 2-level sword intent is capable of posing a threat to half-saints. I can help you attain 2-level sword intent. Really? Yang Yi's face became slightly serious. Since he utilized intent ignition that day, had been constantly frustrated by the drop of his sword intent. Because it was just like the middle-aged man had said, 1-level sword intent wasn't a threat to half-saints at all. But practically all his opponents were half-saints right now. So, 1-level sword intent was quite insufficient. Of course. But you have to let me go first, said the middle-aged man. I'm not convinced, said Yang Yi. Devouring sword intent, the middle-aged man said. You should be aware that stronger sword intent is capable of devouring weaker sword intent. So long as you devour a huge amount of sword intent, then your sword intent would have a chance at advancing by a level. There was a pitiably small amount of sword cultivators who comprehended sword intent during my time. I presume that it's the same right now. So you have a way to help me. Or to be more precise, you know where I can get sword intent to devour, right? Yang Yi smiled. Of course. The middle-aged man smiled as well. I'll take you there right now if you let me go. Take me there first. I'll let you go once I'm done. Yang Yi said. Don't try to bargain with me because you were the one who went back on his word. I can't trust you any other way. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, You really will spare me? Yang Yi said, I didn't go back on my word just now, right? All right, I'll take you there, stated the middle-aged man. Yang Yi smiled, and then he turned around with the intent of taking the other 8 stone coffins. He said, How long more before that thing within you will die? The middle-aged man replied, I can sense it weakening. It should vanish in 2 months at most. Yang Yi said, In other words, all of you'll become ordinary people in 2 months? The middle-aged man replied, Sort of. Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his right hand and took all 8 stone coffins. Of course, he didn't place them within the primordial pagoda but the ancient sheath. Had originally intended to refine the middle-aged man into a sword servant, but he abandoned the idea in the end. Because that black worm was too terrifying, and he didn't want to court death. However, wouldn't it be a completely different story if those black worms were dead? He could refine them into sword servants once the black worms were dead. Every single one of those people within the stone coffins was a mid-grade half-saint at least. So, if he refined them into sword servants, it would be equivalent to possessing 9 mid-grade half-saints and 10 ordinary half-saints. What are you doing? Said the middle-aged man in a deep voice. They seem to be not bad, so I intend to give them away. What? Can I not do that? Yang Yi glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and didn't speak a word. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the swords which nailed the middle-aged man to the ground immediately flew to him. He said, I hope you're sincere this time. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll regret it. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi as he stated, If it's a one-on-one battle, then I can fight 100 people like you. Yang Yi chuckled and replied, If I've lived as long as you have, then I would be able to kill someone like you with a single glance. Anyway, stop all this nonsense. The current situation is one where the 8 of us will attack you if you dare to attack, so feel free to do so if you think that you can fight 8 by yourself. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. He didn't speak a single word, and he just moved towards the depths of the ocean. Yang Yi naturally followed him. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure Yang Yi felt pressing down upon him, and it started to feel like over a dozen mountains were pressing down upon him and almost suffocating him. The middle-aged man led the way ahead. Of course, there were 7 half-saint sword servants around the middle-aged man. Make your puppets help you if you can hold on. Otherwise, you might get squashed to death by the water pressure here. The middle-aged man frequently shot glances at Yang Yi and said, "Don't be afraid of losing face. According to my knowledge, all those so-called geniuses who've come here to train in the past have never gotten this deep." The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed when he spoke up to this point, and his gaze towards Yang Yi had become extremely solemn. He said, "You're actually not using any profound energy, and merely relying on your body to resist the pressure." Yang Yi didn't answer the middle-aged man. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "This is quite a good place to train." While using the strength of his body alone to resist the pressure, he faintly sensed that a fine transformation was occurring within him. Even though it was very small, it was still very shocking to him. Because his body was at an extremely terrifying level right now, and ordinary methods of cultivation were utterly incapable of improving it in the slightest. However, he was able to feel that his body was improving here. Since it can improve the strength of my body, can it do the same for my sword intent? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment when he thought up to this point, and then he released his 11th level sword intent and allowed it to ceaselessly resist the water pressure from the surroundings. The middle-aged man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before he continued leading the way. Just like that, they continued walking for around another hour while the water pressure around them grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Yang Yi even started to gasp for breath. However, his eyes flickered with excitement because he felt that his sword intent was showing signs of advancement. What a freak! The middle-aged man was extremely shocked because the water pressure here was even a threat to half-saints. Just like this very moment, those half-saint sword servants around him were moving extremely slowly now. They continued traveling for around another 2 hours, and then a palace appeared within their fields of vision. Suddenly, the middle-aged man frowned, and he gazed at the entrance of the palace and said, "The Unfettered One was here? The Unfettered One? What the heck is that?" Chapter 755. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded from behind the middle-aged man. He hurriedly turned around and noticed that the water around Yang Yi seemed as if they'd suffered some sort of terrifying attack, and they surged backwards. It wasn't long before an empty space that was completely devoid of water had appeared around Yang Yi. 12th level sword intent. How could this be possible? How could you have possibly attained the 12th level of sword intent? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yi sucked in a breath of air, and the seemingly material sword intent around him instantly surged back into his body. The seawater immediately enveloped him once that happened. Even though his sword intent could keep the seawater away, it was extremely taxing on his mind. Because the pressure here was truly too terrifying. A slight smile of excitement appeared on Yang Yi's face. 12th level sword intent. And back at the tuned level of heaven rank sword intent. From now onward, my sword intent will even be able to suppress half-saints. How could you have possibly been able to attain 12th level sword intent with such ease? The middle-aged man was still shocked. After all, the difficulty of attaining a higher level of sword intent after attaining the heaven rank could be described as being as difficult as ascending the heavens. However, Yang Yi had actually accomplished it with such ease. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't tell the middle-aged man that he previously possessed 12th level sword intent. Perhaps attaining tuned level heaven rank sword intent was extremely difficult to others, but had attained it in the past. Even though it had declined, his mental state was still at the tuned level of heaven rank sword intent. So, it wasn't surprising that he could attain 12th level sword intent with such ease once an opportunity presented itself to him. Yang Yi patted his clothes and glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. Is it that difficult to attain tuned level heaven rank sword intent? The middle-aged man was rendered speechless. A short while passed before the middle-aged man finally calmed himself. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, If I'm not wrong, then you'd attained the tune level of heaven rank sword intent in the past, and it fell to the 1st level for some reason. Right. Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to figure it out. However, it made sense because the middle-aged man was a peak expert in the past. Even if his cultivation had declined, his discerning ability hadn't. The middle-aged man felt even greater shock when he saw Yang Yi tacitly admit it. He comprehended tune-level heaven rank sword intent at such a young age. Such natural talent is truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to the entrance of the palace. Only when he looked at it from up close did Yang Yi notice that there was another small row of words by the side of the first line. The unfettered one was here. The sword saint of the past was nothing worth mentioning. I still reign undefeated throughout the world. From this day forward, the unfettered one will be no more in this world. Outer heavens! I'm coming! The sword saint of the past? Nothing worth mentioning? Undefeated? The middle-aged man grunted coldly and said, How haughty! He walked over to the entrance as he spoke. However, a few strands of sword energy suddenly shot out from those words when he arrived by Yang Yi's side. They were extremely swift to the point the middle-aged man couldn't even dodge them before they pierced through his body, and the terrifying might they carried blasted him a few hundred steps back. Yang Yi's pupils constricted while he gazed at those words with shock. At this moment, those words were emanating extremely sharp and fierce sword intent. He couldn't see it with his eyes, but he could sense it clearly. Sword intent that was left behind over 10,000 years ago actually blasted a mid-grade half-saint back? How strong was he? Yang Yi had no doubt that the sword energy had been left behind before the unfettered one challenged the heaven path. In other words, the unfettered one had left it here at his peak. He was absolutely certain that it wasn't 3-level heaven rank sword intent because while he knew it was very powerful and terrifying, it was absolutely not this powerful. It hasn't dispersed after that long and was even able to heavily injure a mid-grade half-saint. How strong was he at that time? Would I really be able to rival his accomplishments? Had thought that even the unfettered one's attainments in the sword Dao would probably be inferior to him at the same age. But now, reality told him that the unfettered one's strength and sword Dao were at a height that was utterly beyond his imagination. Yang Yi stood before those words in silence for quite some time. In the end, he suddenly laughed and said, Why should I feel lost? Why should I sigh about my inferiority? The older generation are meant to be surpassed. I might be inferior to you now, but I'll definitely do my best to surpass you. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light suddenly shot out from the words, and it instantly entered Yang Yi's mind. At the exact same instant that Yang Yi's expression changed drastically from this turn of event, a voice resounded in his mind. One who comes after me, regardless of who you are, you can be considered half a disciple of mine because you've obtained the acknowledgement of this sword intent seed of mine. Listen well. This sword intent seed is called the Grand Tao Sword Intent, and it carries the will of my sword intent and the peak of the sword Tao in this world. Comprehend its true secrets well. Besides that, it contains the laws of the Grand Tao. You may activate it when you encounter an opponent who's beyond your strength. The might of this sword intent relies entirely upon your own strength. Of course, it can't be utilized limitlessly. It can be used 3 times at most, and then it'll disperse from having all its energy exhausted. I was able to leave this world, but I wasn't able to take all the living beings here with me. I don't want this world's inheritance in the sword Tao to be lost because of me, so I left this sword intent seed behind to await the arrival of the future generation. Allow me to say one last thing: those who wield the sword should fear not the heavens, fear not the earth, and fear not the gods of the world. The unfettered one's voice gradually vanished within his mind. A short while passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes and said, Fear not the heavens, fear not the earth, and fear not the gods of the world. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi took a deep breath and continued, as expected of the form number 1 expert of the continent. Yang Yi admired the sword sect's founding ancestor, and he even respected him. However, Yang Yi didn't feel that the unfettered one was beyond his reach anymore. Had cried, lost, and suffered throughout his lifetime. However, had never given up. Even if he fell to rock bottom while he was at the sword sect all those years ago, had never given up at all. It was fine to possess mediocre natural talent, and it didn't matter if one had no backing. Because everything was possible if one was willing to work hard for it. Yang Yi focused his thoughts and started to scan the sword intent within him. It has no shape and was invisible, but he could feel it. As he sensed it, Yang Yi suddenly noticed a completely new direction he could take on the path of the sword. It was like treading on a soul path and thinking that it was the only path, but he suddenly noticed that there was another one. Who is he? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly interrupted Yang Yi's deep thought. At this moment, there were a few thumb-sized holes on the middle-aged man's chest. It seemed like there was a strange force raging through those holes, causing the holes to grow larger incessantly. However, his special physique made those holes automatically recover upon enlarging to a certain size. At this moment, the middle-aged man had an extremely solemn expression on his face, and there was even a trace of terror in his eyes. Even though he had been heavily injured earlier, and his cultivation had dropped to the half-saint realm, he hadn't imagined that he would have actually been heavily injured and blasted flying by sword intent which was left here 10,000 years ago. How strong was its owner? At this moment, shock surged through his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a very long time. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "You'll find out once you leave this place. Now take me to where I can devour that sword intent you spoke of." The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. "You're at the tune level of the heaven rank right now, so it's probably almost impossible for you to attain the 3 level even if you devour that sword intent. So, don't worry," Yang Yi said. "I'll still keep my word if it's able to improve my sword intent." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Then head in." Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and a strand of sword energy struck the door. The door immediately started opening slowly. There was no water within it, and the water outside couldn't flow in as well. It was like something was obstructing the water. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. The latter understood his intentions and walked through the door before Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked in after him. As soon as he stepped through the door, Yang Yi was shocked by the scene before his eyes. Swords. A huge number of swords. There was an enormous hall behind the door, and the ground was densely covered in all sorts of swords. Moreover, it wasn't just the ground, even the air above was filled with swords. Every single one of them was a Dao artifact. At least 10,000 Dao rank swords. 10,000 Dao rank swords. Yang Yi felt his heartbeat quicken. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, the swords emanated dazzling light and aimed themselves at Yang Yi and the middle-aged man. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly as he gazed at the middle-aged man. The latter had a bewildered expression as he said, "Impossible. This is where his inheritance lies. How could it have been transformed into such a state?" Swoosh! Swoosh! The swords suddenly transformed into rays of light that shot towards Yang Yi and the middle-aged man. Both of them were astounded by this development. Yang Yi hurriedly emanated his tune-level heaven-rank sword intent while the Herculean armor covered his body. Meanwhile, there was a change in the situation because those swords immediately stopped moving when Yang Yi's sword intent surged forward. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man heaved sighs of relief. Because the swords before them carried extraordinarily terrifying auras and force. So, if they were to really attack then, Yang Yi could only hope that the Herculean armor would be able to withstand them. Pass and receive my inheritance, fail and die. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the depths of the hall, and then, swoosh! Swoosh! The swords instantly enveloped down upon Yang Yi and the middle-aged man. Chapter 756. The 10,000 swords fueled by a mysterious force shot towards Yang Yi and the middle-aged man, and the might they possessed could simply be described as obliterating. Shit! Yang Yi cried out in his heart when he heard the mysterious voice, and he hurriedly activated the Herculean armor once more. At the same time, he withdrew the ice shield and placed it before himself. However, he quickly noticed that countless cracks had started to appear on the ice shield after just 2 breaths of time. Yang Yi was shocked by this discovery. He hurriedly put it away as he didn't want to lose it here. Once he lost the ice shield's protection, sword intent immediately surged madly out of him, and his formidable sword intent formed a barrier before him. But it wasn't long before even the shield created by his tuned-level heaven-rank sword intent had started to crack. Yang Yi was shocked. He glanced at the middle-aged man and noticed that he was in quite a miserable state. All sorts of swords had stabbed through his body and nailed him to the ground. He couldn't move at all. Even then, Yang Yi noticed that he was still alive. Needless to say, the undying body of the defiant Profounders was beyond extraordinary. After the middle-aged man fell, the other swords in the surroundings immediately surged towards Yang Yi. They formed a dense mass that enveloped Yang Yi. Fortunately, he had that barrier made of sword intent, so he still didn't have to fight a melee battle with the swords yet. The countless swords formed a huge ball of swords and Yang Yi was painstakingly persisting within it. At this moment, Yang Yi was very clearly aware of the situation he faced. His sword intent couldn't stop these swords if such a situation were to continue. The reason he could resist until now wasn't because he was stronger than the middle-aged man, it was because head comprehended sword intent. The damage these swords inflicted upon his sword intent was much weaker than what it did to the middle-aged man. Otherwise, not to mention him, even his sword servant, Guardian Lin, wouldn't be able to resist these swords. Because every single one of these swords carried a strand of faint sword intent. In other words, the swords weren't formidable because they were at the Dao rank, the true reason was the sword intent that they carried. Time flowed by slowly. Cold sweat started to appear on Yang Yi's face, and the barrier he created from sword intent was on the verge of shattering. Do I really have no choice but to utilize the Herculean armor and my own physical defenses to resist these swords? Yang Yi was quite afraid of using the Herculean armor to go against these swords. Because once it failed him, then losing the Herculean armor wouldn't be his greatest problem. The greatest problem he faced would be his own death. The Herculean armor was very terrifying, and even half-saints couldn't destroy it with ease. However, these swords were far more terrifying than half-saints, and they were even much stronger than mid-grade half-saints. But how am I to protect myself from them if I don't use the Herculean armor? After a long moment of deep thought and right when those swords were about to shatter his barrier, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He took a step forward and activated the sword domain. The sword domain. That was his solution. The sword domain was absolutely more terrifying than sword intent, but he hadn't grasped its true secrets. So, its ability in real combat was inferior to his sword intent. Even then, it was absolutely not useless. What was the sword domain? Yang Yi didn't know the answer to that question. All he knew was that he could sense everything within an area of 1.5 kilometers around himself once he activated it. It was like a shapeless and invisible net that covered the surroundings, and it was an embodiment of his spirit, energy, essence, and will. It was a very strange feeling. It was like everything covered within the net was a part of his body. To put it simply, it was control. He felt like he was the overlord in that area, he was the god of it. He had such a feeling, yet he didn't know how to govern it. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yang Yi noticed that the swords within its scope started to slow down, and the glow they emanated gradually dimmed down as well. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. He could sense everything within the sword domain's scope even without using his eyes. It was a very strange yet clear feeling, and it was clear to the point he could sense everything about those swords. Even the state they were in right now or how strong they were. Simply speaking, he could see through everything within the sword domain's scope. The swords within the sword domain had stopped moving. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and a wisp of disappointment and bewilderment flashed through his eyes. He felt like he'd touched something yet wasn't able to catch it. So, he was still unable to truly grasp the secrets of his sword domain. As for why the swords had stopped, it wasn't because of his sword domain. They'd stopped on their own. 12th level sword intent, the sword domain, and the enlightened sword heart. You pass! The voice resounded, and then all the swords returned to their original state. Yan Yi didn't walk forward. He glanced at the swords and the surroundings instead. After all, it was 10,000 Dao rank swords. Could he give up on obtaining them? The answer was definitely no. But he was disappointed because he couldn't move a single one of them. They were like rocks that he couldn't even shake with his full strength. While Yan Yi was rendered helpless, the damaged sword chest within his spatial ring suddenly flew out, and then Yan Yi watched with astonishment as all the swords actually transformed into rays of light and shot into it. It wasn't long before all 10,000 swords had vanished. After that, the sword chest returned to his spatial ring. Yan Yi stood silently on the spot for a short while, and then he flipped his palm. Solemnness and bewilderment filled his eyes as he gazed at the sword chest. Looks like its strength is far beyond my expectations. Could it be at the saint rank? Even if it is, it's impossible for it to subdue 10,000 Dao rank swords, right? If it isn't at the saint rank, then could it be a treasure that's above the saint rank? Looks like I have to find the time to head back to Nameless City and ask that old man where he got this sword chest. Yan Yi didn't waste any more time and put the sword chest away. Because those swords and the sword chest were his anyway. Go on ahead by yourself. I won't be following you. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the side. Yan Yi looked over and saw that the middle-aged man was still lying on the ground. Even though the swords were gone, his body was still riddled with holes, and it was recovering at an extremely slow pace. Yan Yi shook his head. He felt that while that undying physique was great, but there were many times that it was merely something that brought torture to its possessor. Just like this very moment, the middle-aged man was definitely in a state where living was worse than death. Yan Yi paid no attention to the middle-aged man. He left a sword saint behind before he turned around and continued forward. The half-saint sword servant wasn't there to take care of the middle-aged man, it was there to watch him. In that way, his every move would be within Yan Yi's control. Yan Yi walked for a while before the scene around him warped. A short while later, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and he noticed that he wasn't in the hall any longer. He was on a square. Suddenly, Yan Yi's expression changed because countless strands of invisible sword intent had suddenly appeared around him, and they surged towards him like a surging torrent. 1st level heaven rank sword intent. Endless 1st level heaven rank sword intent surged towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi wasn't surprised but overjoyed by this instead. He would definitely face a huge amount of trouble if it were a day ago, yet now his sword intent was at the tuned level of the heaven rank. In other words, he could devour them, madly devour them. Yan Yi was doing just that. He completely disregarded putting up any defenses and just allowed it to surge into him. In the beginning, it felt absolutely satisfying to Yan Yi, because he clearly sensed his sword intent rising madly, but it wasn't long before the situation turned slightly bad. It was because the speed at which he absorbed and converted the sword intent was too slow, but the sword intent around him hadn't reduced in the slightest. Moreover, it was even growing more and more. So, he had too much sword intent within him. Yan Yi's entire body had swelled up, and it was growing larger and larger. Since he couldn't absorb and convert them in time, they started to surge through his meridians and bones, and that was why his body started to swell up. Yan Yi didn't dare allow the sword intent to surge wildly through his body. He hurriedly released his own sword intent, and it surged out madly. In that way, his body was equivalent to a transit station, and new sword intent was entering to be absorbed while his own surged out towards the surroundings. Of course, it was extraordinarily beneficial as well. Because once the sword intent surged into his body, they were being gradually devoured by him and strengthening his own sword intent. Time slowly passed by just like that. After an unknown period of time, Yan Yi finally finished absorbing all the sword intent around him. He stood there on the spot with his eyes slightly closed while the space around him rippled as if some sort of terrifying thing was smashing against it. At this moment, Yan Yi was like a peerless sword which was about to be unsheathed, and his aura was extremely fierce and sharp to the point it could pierce the sky. A long time passed before Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light actually shot out from within them. Everywhere they passed, even space was instantly torn apart. Huff! Yan Yi took a deep breath and spoke softly. What a pity! The peak of the 12th level. I'm only a step away, just a step away from the 13th level. What a pity! Even though had devoured a huge amount of sword intent, he hadn't risen to the 3 level of heaven rank sword intent. However, had gained great gains. Firstly, he was at the peak of the Toon level, and he was only a step away from 3 level heaven rank sword intent. No, he was actually just half a step away. Because had touched its threshold, and even taken one step through it. So long as he had some sword intent to devour or had a fortuitous encounter, then he was confident in his ability to immediately step foot into the 3 level. Even though he hadn't, the might of his sword intent was countless times stronger than before, and it couldn't compare to the past at all. In short, his gains were enormous. Congratulations! You're only half a step from the 3 level of heaven rank sword intent. Meanwhile, a scholarly man appeared before Yan Yi. Yan Yi's pupils constricted when he saw the man. Because the man was holding a sword, and the sheath of that sword was actually the ancient sheath. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.